I really need to do that countdown thing and get that up on the screen so I know exactly how long I have. Or just address it so I'm not having to like, wait a minute, how long do I have until it gets to the blank fade out and then click the transition? Yeah.
Yep.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to episode 60 of the Pathfinders podcast. I am Tree0311 here with my perennial partner in crime, Nazeris. Say hi.
Hi, Nazeris.
And we have a special guest this evening.
Hi, Nazeris.
ShinyHobo. ShinyHobo is back to help us make sense of what's going on with the progress tracker and what is not. But yeah, this is the Pathfinder podcast. We are the Pathfinders, and we are charting the way through all the nebulous information surrounding Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and their development. And this evening, we're going to be... did the chat thing get messed up? Unlock that.
He said nebulous. I don't want to have this. I have water. I can do that. I can do water.
Let's move that up a little bit.
Are you breaking stuff?
There we go. That looks better. Sorry, that was bothering me. But yeah, this evening we are going to be covering the last two Roadmap Roundups. I actually had forgotten about the one at CitizenCon on October 22nd, so we'll be starting there and then making our way to the November 1st Roadmap Roundup and looking at all the deliverables that have been added to the progress tracker and the things on the release view, talking about those. And then, yeah, I said nebulous, everyone drink. But we're also going to be talking about what's going on with the progress tracker in that it is borked and trying to make sense of what is borked and what information we can glean from it, because there have been some changes, or there were changes planned. But obviously we know that we've been behind the power curve when it comes to getting updated information on the progress tracker. It's something that Naz and Shiny and I have been griping about in our ongoing conversation of where progress tracker updates, because we're well into well into the first week of November in Q4, and we still have teams that don't have their Q4 schedule that are upstream, let alone downstream teams. So yeah, it's interesting.
Oh, but I now know where the term post alpha came from.
Really? Do tell.
Yeah. It was Xylo screwing with Paul.
Jeez.
Straight up. Like that's...
Oh yeah.
So apparently Xylo writes the monthly reports.
Yeah.
Like top to bottom. And he's totally trying to screw Paul.
Yeah. I remember Paul talking about that, and oh jeez. Yeah.
It's great. So we know that Jake is not doing anything. I'm not
6
too close
inches.
to my mic. It's fine.
Go sit on the couch.
I have a
and then
couch.
Yell.
A
futon.
But Xylo does the month reports, so we know that like there's not Jake's not being used on that. They are just doing the roadmap supposedly.
Oh, and all the community stuff,
right?
Long list of
some other
stuff.
Yeah, but I imagine it's not because of not enough dev time. Yeah, we'll get into it, but I don't think it's because that Jake doesn't have enough time.
Yeah,
because that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, so why don't we launch right into it? And we're going to be doing spectrum pulses for this evening. That's probably why a lot of you are here, because you saw the thumbnail that I made. But we're going to be looking at the information that we have for base building. And there's actually,
I'm here for the thumbnail,
a decent amount of sources, but it's a lot of what has been said has been repeated, and a lot of things have really, like from the update that we got at CitizenCon, it was information that we had for the most part, and then just updated with a few little added things and not quite clarifications, but a little bit more extrapolation, I guess you'd say. Because there's a lot of things where I was like, oh, yeah, well, we already knew that. I guess, they've decided how they're going to do it because they said they're going to do it. They just hadn't decided how. But we'll be just sharing the resources with you guys, reading a few things, watching a few clips, looking at some pretty pictures. And then, of course, the show notes will be up in the YouTube video in the description below. And I'll be dropping links in chat as we get them. So that way you can go back and watch these things and educate yourselves. But there's just so much stuff that it wasn't concrete when we first started learning about this, that you couldn't track all the delta, the delta report for base building between what we got in 2017 and what we just heard about is just a little bit too incongruous to really compare. And so we're just going to be going through and watch, just sort of looking at the timeline of things that we've got. But there's a few bits of information that is not widely known. And then there's a few clips that you might want to go back and watch yourself and take a look at just to see where CIG is coming from and hear CR ramble ad nauseum and talk over Dave Haddock multiple times. So yeah, let's go ahead and we'll get into the Cartography Center, which is what we call the viewing window. And that way we can take a look at the Roadmap Roundup. Alrighty, so here is the one for October 22nd, which was the Thursday before, or no, it came out
It came out that Sunday, and
Yeah,
it came out
Sunday, there we
at
go.
like 9 o'clock Central Standard Time.
Gotcha. That's why I forgot about it, because I was at CitizenCon when it came out, so I totally missed it.
And it's self-posted.
Yep. So Naz, you want to do your thing, man?
Yeah. All right. If the website wants to actually work,
That's asking a lot.
I know. It loaded a blank white screen. All right. As we are to do when we read documents straight from CIG, we like to read the header. That way we transfer to you exactly the purpose that CIG has for these documents. So with the Roadmap Roundup, it says, "Happy Sunday, everyone." Not the usual one. Every 2 weeks, we accompany the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you insight into the decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible. With that said, let's go ahead and dive into this week's Roadmap Roundup, the CIG community team.
Sorry,
All right.
wife texted me.
So this is gonna be your first time reading this.
Pretty sure. Yeah, because I don't think I even noticed that it was a thing.
All right. So you
'Cause
want to go
I
ahead and get the
I was a little bit
progress
busy
tracker bit?
when this came out.
I can imagine. You want to go ahead then reading the progress tracker bit?
Yeah, 1 second. Just texting the wife back.
Quad Mississippi.
Dead air.
Okay. All right. So for notable changes for October 22nd, 2023, the progress tracker, as announced at the conclusion of CitizenCon 2953, which I guess when this came out, it hadn't concluded yet. The game has moved in. Squadron 42 is now feature complete. The game has moved into the polishing phase, which you'll see reflected on the progress tracker. Additionally, Squadron 42 teams have now been divided into strike teams, represented as new teams on the progress tracker. These teams' headcount is represented by the main stakeholders, but the teams themselves are comprised of developers across multiple disciplines, including design, engineering, art, audio, and more. So this is pertinent because I do remember looking at these teams later. And so the head count for those teams is not all inclusive. So if you look, we'll look at the head count here in a second, and it isn't telling you exactly how many people in each strike team are working on polishing. It's just talking about the main stakeholders. So those stakeholders will be sourcing labor essentially from other disciplines, and it won't just be the people, the numbers of people that are mentioned in that strike team. They'll all be working on a single deliverable, Squadron 42 polishing, as their tasks become more agile and they work towards beta and release. As was the case with Squadron 42 teams previously, these teams will only display 1 quarter of work at a time, so they will be downstream teams. We've added 4 strike teams to Progress Tracker, to the Progress Tracker. There's no the. With this publish, with additional ones to be added in the future. So that's the important part. Is
interesting. They said towards beta.
Yeah,
because beta is after, like, once you're in polishing, you're in beta. So I don't know what they're counting as beta.
I think what they're counting as beta is content complete. So
it is content complete.
Oh, they're feature complete. So they're
wasn't content complete before it was feature?
No. You need all the features to be complete to complete all the content, because the content is made up of features.
Yeah.
Or is it?
That's the way I understand it. Is the feature complete, then content complete, because content complete will be when all of the scene, all the individual scenes are locked in. They haven't removed anything. They're not cutting anything. At that point, they're polishing the features right now, which will also carries over to polishing the content. But if they cut any scenes or lines or
add
anything, that's once that part is done.
It's completing the valve turning tech so that you can make every valve turning puzzle.
Yeah. But I think these are the things that stand out to me. Is the head counts are not all inclusive, so those teams are larger than the head count actually represents, and there's going to be more teams added in the future. Probably as they get started with the work and they figure, the list of things that need polishing gets a little bit more complete, is when they'll add those teams and stand them up. Okay, we need people working on this, so you guys work on that, blah, blah, blah. But yeah. And so Naz, you want to, or Shiny, who wants to read the release view stuff?
I can if need be.
Sure.
Yeah, Naz, you can take it.
All right. Make sure I'm on the right one. Yes. Okay. So release view. The following cards have been added to the release view. Ship trespass. In the interior of player ships are now considered trespass zones for those without permission to enter. Permission will be granted via party system until more complex systems for managing crew and passengers is created. I really hope that is soon. Give us Org 2.0, cowards. Players trespassing aboard a ship can be attacked by the owner of the ship and any players in their party without fear of committing a crime. Drake Cutter Scout.
And building ship trespass is it's in the 3.2 or 321.1.
Yes.
P2 right now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's still tentative on the release view, but it's under the 321 column. Okay. And
321.1 will be out on the 17th or before.
Yeah.
Because that's what IE is, and it's all got all the IE stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Drake Cutter Scout, building, balancing, and implementing the Drake Interplanetary's reconnaissance ship, the Cutter Scout, into the game. Anvil F-8C Lightning, building, balancing, and implementing Anvil's heavy fighter, the F-8C, into the game.
Okay, so the F-8C was added to the release view for 320. The Cutter Scout was added to the release view of 321, and it's shows as released, obviously, because we got it at CitizenCon. Okay, cool. And yeah, okay, so that is it for the Roadmap Roundup for October 2022. Let's go ahead I'm going to open up a new window and we're going to pull up those strike teams real quick. Okay. So here are the new strike teams.
It's interesting that they start with index 0 for their teams. Well,
What does that
interesting to me. I mean, like as a programmer, you might start at 0 rather than 1 when you're counting.
Mm-hmm.
It's not interesting actually, but
What wasn't there a language that just updated to use? There's a language or an engine that just updated to instead of start with 1 to start with 0 in an array.
I don't know. It's a toss-up between the
And there were-
languages that do which
And
way.
there was like a sigh of relief from Twitter and devs on that language.
I don't know. That was beyond the purview of this shiny dome. But yeah, so we have the 3 chapter strike teams and the 1 social strike team. And as you can see, I've got these things opened up. The description is the same for all of them. And it shows, the head count that represents the major stakeholders. So of each strike team. And obviously the head count is not representative of the actual number of devs that are working on this. Now that does make things a little bit confusing because we're not going to be able to track realistically, in any way, how many devs are actually working on Squadron 42 going forward.
Yeah. But it's also, you really don't need to it's a nice to have. It's not really a need to have, and it makes it. This is not for us. This move was for the game, for getting it done.
Yeah.
They did what they needed to do, and unfortunately, in this case, it was backers be darned because it's the structure they need to get to gold.
Yeah.
And it's just. Tracking all those devs, though fun and fulfilling, is not something that they have their time to do. That'd be insane because any given week they could be pulling, 3 to 50 devs on whatever they're working on that week, that day. It's very agile at this phase.
Yep. But yeah, it's interesting though that you do see the disciplines that are represented. It's all designed for the first 2 strike teams. The strike team 2 has one, a tech content stakeholder, and design, and then the social strike team has engineering and design. It'll be interesting to see what the makeup of the other teams are and what they're, are we going to see more chapter strike teams? Is there going to, because we have a social strike team, are we going to see like a FPS strike team and like a flight strike team or something? Who knows?
I imagine we'll see flight, FPS, and cinematic at the very least.
Yeah, really interesting to see how they break it down. The other thing is with the language, I do think that there's a lot of conversation in the community about how making it very binary between feature complete and content complete and beta and all that, and it's not it's not rigid like that. There's so much overlap. It isn't a hard line in the sand that says they're feature complete, and so it's going to take X amount of time until their content before their content complete because they can't be content.
Yeah, it's still game development.
Yeah, it's still game development, but a lot of the content is already complete or very complete, or nearly so. And a lot they talked about this. They've been polishing as they go, and so a lot, some things are more polished than others, but they don't have to polish everything.
Yeah,
Some things are going to need some polish, some doesn't.
Yeah, like they've been saying most of the year, they've worked on getting another vertical slice polished up to almost finished game content. So that chunk of the game is pretty much done. But in the same vein, if the devs if the devs end up building another feature, and the Squadron 42 devs are like, no, actually, they have to make a good addition. They're not going to say, well, we're already feature complete. We'll hold off on adding this. No, if it makes sense, they'll add it if it's in a good state. Like this portion of time where we're pre-beta, pre-gold, but also post-feature complete is very, very, very muddy in time because anything could happen. Like there's nothing that isn't happening right now.
Yeah. Well, and I think they are, pardon me. They're, they are feature complete, but I think that, the things that they were waiting on to get to feature complete, took a little bit longer while other stuff was working towards getting content complete. And so I think they're at that point in the game where they're not really going to be cutting anything significant at all. It's not like they have a deadline and they say we have to have it out by this point, and at this point we have to stop production and polish what we have, or cut what we don't need in order to polish what we have left, to make it look like we didn't cut as much as we did. And that's what's gone on with every other game. And that's like the big misnomer is that, it'll get delayed and all that. And, there's still going to be, obvious cuts and stuff. And it's like, no. That's why CIG has been doing it the way they've been doing it, is because they don't want to do that. And it'll be done when it's done. And they wouldn't have made a big deal about being feature complete if they weren't nearly content complete, because they're not going to be cutting features or major content because they have a deadline. They have an internal deadline, but they're looking at making that they wouldn't have set that deadline for themselves if they weren't so close that they could make big announcements like this and start the hype train going. If that makes sense. It's not like with Cyberpunk where they got to, a year out from launch and they're like, okay, we can't keep working on this game. We have to polish what we have and cut these things that aren't going to make that deadline, and hope you make it in time. Yeah. Oh, Blizzard. Yeah. So, pardon me. Shiny, was there anything on the Shiny tracker that you thought that we should point out from this Delta, or any Delta changes or anything? I mean, I guess we can pull it up. I didn't even look at it.
Well, these changes from the 22nd were really just like the only ones that made any modicum of sense since this last one.
Before it forked?
Yeah, so this is the information that you have for the quarter, basically.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I would say that half of the things on here they showed directly at CitizenCon. So fire hazards, freight elevators, physical damage, breakability, pyro-space stations.
That's a very good
I don't know.
point.
Do you count vehicle munching as Maelstrom? Do we know if that's the same technology?
It is.
I feel like, yeah.
I feel it is. Have they?
It should be.
There was a interview. I forget who it was with, but it was with a dev at CitizenCon, and they said if Maelstrom didn't exist, we would not be getting vehicle munching as soon as we are.
Right.
Oh man, if you can find a source or anything for that, because that was my speculation. It's like, you remember that ISC? Oh yeah, it makes complete and total 100% sense, because if you guys remember that ISC where they showed how it took forever for
to
it
spawn all the
objects. To spawn all those objects, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna have to work on this. And then one of the highlights of the Maelstrom presentation was that it was networking and persistence ready, and basically the way it works is it takes those pieces and just separates them without creating. It doesn't make this entity disappear and create a new entity. It just breaks up that entity into pieces.
I wonder if the vehicle munching devs were still working, and somebody came to them we've decided to not go this direction
Yeah.
and just like completely rip the deliverable out from under them. Like, hey, so we have this other tech over here that does everything you're attempting to do. So stop working on
Did you
that.
guys not get the email? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You guys have been working for how long on trying to fix this problem? That's awkward.
Yeah. So an interesting thing on the was a scheduled deliverables. The
Wait, where are you looking?
polishing team, the scheduled deliverables section. So not the
Are
built-in.
you? Are you? Oh,
Nice.
okay. Hold on. For that same date.
Yep.
Hold
I'm
on. Let me pull
continuing
it up.
on about the 22nd.
Okay.
If you open up the squadron teams.
The polishing ones.
Yep.
What do you mean open them up? Like click them?
Yeah.
If it clicks it, like, oh,
Yeah. They've been working for a little bit.
well, yeah. This got started a little. I mean, this is like in September, because you can see on they some started into September, some started a little bit earlier, but yeah, they've been going already. This was going on for over a month before the announcement. And that's just when these teams were formed.
Yeah.
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 Well, and the other thing to take into account too is not only have they been working since those teams were formed in September, but we still have Squadron 42 vehicle support that is ongoing. I'm looking at the right one. With the vehicle content EU and the weapon content team for Squadron 42.
Yeah, all the way through the fog of war.
What is this whole Shiny? Can you? I'm looking at it, and it's got 4 design devs working on 13 tasks, and then it has like a little enter sign, and below it says "Will continue 2021."
It means that within that 2-week period, it stops and then restarts within that period. So
why does it say 2021 though?
that's a great question. Maybe I have a bug.
Yay, we're good testing.
Which one is this for?
This is the October 22nd, because this was rampant across the November 1st one as well.
Yeah, he noted that one. Well, this a lot of stuff being updated.
So Nazeris, while he's looking at that, so
I would say that I have a bug. I just haven't looked at these reports that closely in forever.
That's why you got us.
Let's smash it. Smash the bug.
Yeah, dude. Rest in peace. Don't trust anything that I put out. This website is parody. Nothing's accurate on it. It's as accurate as SIGs, okay?
The rules are made up, and the score.
The dates don't matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's can Mark ShinyHobo Aben?
That answers a question for me, though. I wonder if so. So how would that read? What would that read normally? Like it says, the 4 design devs working on 13 tasks through 12/14, 2023, and then the will continue part with 4 devs. Like, what is that?
I couldn't say why.
Well, you see those little gaps
from 2 years ago because there isn't a gap there as far as I can see.
Yeah, because
you can check it on the browser.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
So if I go in and I look at this on the timeline view,
I'm sorry if I made work for you.
You might.
Yeah, all of the will continues are from years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's all 2021.
Is that the start date?
The RSI Polaris doesn't. It says it, but it's still in the past. So
is it the start date?
I think that's the start date for that actual deliverable. because the progress tracker started in January of 2021, and so these deliverables may have started back then.
Do you have an extra piece of data, Shiny, that you didn't know about?
Nah, I'm probably just referencing the wrong piece of
Oh, darn.
information.
Because it's a good data point to know when the deliverable got started.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's
But there
goofy.
is-
I'll note it down and fix it for next time.
Yeah.
Unlike Sig, who will note things down and it won't get fixed for 2 years, you know.
And their
No,
notes
no.
are just a bit
So
longer.
say we all.
So say we all. So okay, but back to the vehicle munching, because I'm not going to call it structural salvage. Just like we don't call it X in this house, we call it Twitter.
So
but that
even
makes-
Twitter calls it Twitter. They reverted the URL.
Yeah. So everybody, put on your tinfoil hats with me. Nazeris, put on your tinfoil hat. Make your tinfoil hat sound. Just use your hands. There you go. It's got to be a pointy tinfoil hat.
Oh, pointy one.
So, we remember what they said in the ISC about the hull munching, and the spawning of entities and all that. And there was a lot of concern back then for how long is it going to take for them to, make the ships work this way. And then with all the Maelstrom stuff that came out, everybody's freaking out about, oh gosh, it's going to take them forever to convert all the ships to work like this and for this to function. And now we have hull munching on the release view for 322, which means it is already like going through its go no go. It's if it's on the release view as tentative, that means it's past its what's the gate? Is it the? It hasn't
Which
passed
one?
its go no go, right? If it's tentative on the release view,
Correct.
or has it? Yeah,
It has not.
Okay.
Until it is committed, it is still possible to pull.
Okay. Yeah, but it's like 70%. There's a gate, there's a test gate for it. I just forget what it's called.
Yeah.
But it's far enough along that they're confident that it will make it, but it could slip. But if that's the case, and it's using Maelstrom, like I suspected, and like you say that somebody got in an interview, if somebody's got a source for that, that'd be great. I would love to see it. Like, for the love of God, please give me a link. But it makes too much sense. That looks exactly like what they wanted from structural salvage when they were doing the ISC on it. Only it works perfectly, and it's persistence and network ready. And it's the other thing that they said is it's an easy artist setup. So, to me, that suggests that it's very easy for them to get the ships to work with that in order to do the structural salvage part. Now, do I think that means that we are going to have full-on Maelstrom integration with structural salvage, hull munching when it releases? No. I think that could take a little while longer in terms of more testing, but in terms of ship is soft death and you are ready to break it apart with salvage, I think that a simplified version of that using Maelstrom is definitely possible. But it goes to show you that it is not some, if this is true, that it's not some just massive undertaking to convert all the ships into the Maelstrom system. Because that's one thing that I was like, there's no way that they would undertake Maelstrom and physical damage and breakability like that if there wasn't a way to procedurally and very quickly mark up ships to function in that environment. But that's just my thoughts. Okay, we can take our tinfoil hats off now. Let's put it back over here on the table. Yeah, crunch on all those Doritos.
That's way older.
So for the deliverables that were updated for the Delta report for October 22nd, obviously we know the Squadron 42 polishing was added with all those teams. And it's interesting because they show the VFX team began work with 5 art devs on Squadron 42 polishing via the Delta report. But then deliverables updated. So Crusader Spirit work, VFX team, enemy characters. So interesting enough that this work has stopped. And so essentially this work has been rolled into that polishing work, enemy characters being for Squadron 42.
Speaking of
go ahead,
earlier when we said there could be some features that aren't complete still yet to go into Squadron. Fire hazards is not done. So that is marked as a Squadron feature as well. So they are mostly feature complete, but they're at a state where the most of the work is polish, and features that come in are almost done or done as is.
Yeah, one like the fire hazard as a feature is complete, but it's still polishing. Like the VFX, they're still polishing all that. You know, they're probably gonna. I noticed one thing when they did the demo in the hangar for oh gosh, what panel was that with all the AI combat? And they had that fire showing you so that how the AI could navigate around the fire, and they wouldn't, you know, just kamikaze right through it and catch on fire. Unless they're fire rats, they would probably do it.
Unlike the opening cinematic where there's NPCs just running into a hallway of fire.
Yeah. That was so funny. They're like, ah!
Which is probably one of the reasons why we don't have that video out on YouTube yet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, like VFX, you know, this is probably all just polishing work. I think one of the things they're probably going to be doing is trying to smooth it out so you can't like readily see the square grid system and see it tiling like that, because it was very obvious that it was a tiled effect, you know, and being able to what was the verbiage they used for each one of those little grids?
Volumetric?
I think so.
Is a volumetric compute.
Yeah.
Voxel, yeah, that works. Same thing.
Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. Each one of the hiding the shape of that grid so it doesn't look like a grid.
They said it was procedural voxels.
There we go. Procedural voxels. I wonder if the procedural part could be dynamic in size to make it look a little bit more natural.
I think they're doing the same thing something like Space Engineers do, where in runtime, that's the procedural bit, on runtime, they will compute the internal volume of the ship. I think theirs is a bit more progressive. It only calculates the volume, the voxels that are around the fire. And so the calculation will get harder as the ship gets bigger, or as the fire gets bigger in the ship. So even if you start a fire in the hangar of Bengal Carrier, the compute's still very easy because the fire is still very small. But if you let that run for 30 hours and it engulfs the entire Bengal, then it's going to be a lot harder to compute. But by that time, the flashpoint will already have burnt out, so you don't need to calculate that zone anymore.
Makes sense. The work continues on freight elevators, as we know. The good thing is what they showed in at CitizenCon looked really great. It looks like it's pretty far into
the
development.
fact they have art already for these things, like final art for these things.
Yeah.
The only thing they didn't show, and it's also very telling, they didn't show any of the UI.
Yep. You are. Yeah, we are.
There's a reason we do this show.
Yeah. They didn't what they call it, the for that panel that they showed in front of the door, because they showed a concept art of someone standing in front of that panel in front of the freight elevator. Oh gosh, it was a something manager. Anyway, that
inventory.
Thing. It was a kiosk looking thing. But yeah, that was yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The other thing I got really excited about, the Hangar Manager app, or was that it?
Oh, okay.
I think, yeah, something like that. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. The other thing that I got excited about when I was rewatching the Exploring the Universe or whatever it was panel no, it wasn't that one. It was Life in the First Person, where you click to use a screen and it zooms you into the screen and it fills up the screen, and the whole thing is right there. Oh gosh, huge quality of life thing for me.
Yeah, and how they do it, it doesn't feel like your face is getting sucked into the screen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I love it. That I cannot wait till that
Get
comes in.
your little nose print on the screen for someone after you.
And then you like back away, and your like face is still attached to it. It's
Yeah,
you're
you're like a
bad.
suction cup. You're like trying to pry yourself off.
Yep. And yes, for everyone who's like, but there's an X on the screen, you could just hit the. I know, but you could also just back away.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, we know that work is continuing. I wouldn't be surprised if we got freight elevators added to 322. It might still be a little bit of a long shot, but it's definitely farther along than we think.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked at all. The only question is, like, I'm pretty sure they want this to come along with one of the hangar, the one of the new hangar things.
Well, so they can have. I think that they could do the freight elevators without instance hangars for now, just because we don't have increased player counts, and so people could be in there for a long time, and they're doing it anyway. We have lots of hangars, but I think that might be something that might push it back to Q1 is if they wanted to deliver that with instance hangars after the separation of the replication layer.
I hope they do an instance hangar setup to where it is dynamic and that will only instance hangars if the traffic deems it necessary. Because that will mean they're tracking how much instance hangars are being used, because I don't think it's going to be as much as they think it is.
Oh yeah, especially until we get much larger player counts, it's not going to be a thing. And until NPCs are flying around and landing in those hangars, because that's the thing is, it doesn't matter if the NPC despawns once it goes into the hangar, but you don't want the NPC opening the hangar, flying their ship, and crashing into you. Well, as you're trying to load your car, although that would be really funny to watch on ISC. Somebody's Carrack lands on a cutter as they're unloading their boxes or something, and you're like, no, I'm right here, but you can't see while I'm there.
Yeah. Do you think they want the replication layer split before hangars? Yes.
I think they want it. I don't know if it's a need.
Yeah. It's one of those stuff like features right now, because of how everything is announced, is very nebulous. Like, what do they need between now and server meshing for X feature?
Mm-hmm.
So there's UFGs, persistent instance hangars, the elevators, like heck, the new looting screen. Like, what is needed? The map. Who needs what feature needs what underlying tech?
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to guess those.
So Shimpasta, instanced. All hangars are instanced. Not all hangars are persistent. Your persistent hangars is the new word for your personal hangar, where your hangar that you own, your things will persist. If it's just a standard hangar,
I think they've got some questions to answer in regards to persistent hangars as well.
Oh yeah,
specifically around like their location in the verse, because you're supposed to be able to stream them in and out. But if somebody's entering their hangar and it occupies the same space that you know that yours is in, it breaks down.
I don't think they're going to do physical location. I think it's going to be a instance hangar that is called by you at a location. So let's say your personal hangar, persistent hangar, is in ArtCorp. So when you go to ArtCorp, you call the hangar and it gives you your persistent hangar. And once you land and shut the door, it is instance out.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like your door to your apartment and your neighbor's door to their apartment. Like, sometimes we'll get assigned into the same space, and you'll go to different places when you go through that door, and you'll be able to see into the door until it closes, and then yours will appear. It's like weird. There's edge cases where you can see into a place that isn't your place where you know it is.
Yeah, I think those
your
edge
location
cases are
isn't going to persist.
Yeah, those are a lot more obvious for HABs, I think, than they are for hangars.
If you keep your hangar a mess and you like are going to land at your hangar,
Yeah, you're
and
like,
you see
I know
someone
that my
else,
hangar is 12. It's always been 12, but I just saw somebody else go into 12, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's the what is it called? The suspension of disbelief.
Yep.
It breaks down that instantaneously.
Yeah. But also, like, if you're expecting it to do that, be that way, and it always actually has to be 12. Like 100 people have 12, but usually the people who occupy 12 aren't there at the same time. You'd have to wait to access your hangar.
Yeah.
But I mean, these
And-
places don't have enough doors, so it's going to happen anyways.
Yeah, and
they can add a lot more actual physical hangars and doors to landing zones, and they're going to add a lot more to stations just to make them look realistic. They just can't do it right now with the server limitations, but they'll do that.
Yeah.
But they don't. It's still going to be a problem, even if they double the amount of actual physical hangars, at a station or at a landing zone. You're right. You know that door here at Artcore is the one that I always go into, and somebody just went into it. But it's the whole odds thing. And
on top of that, there's also building interiors and all the work they want to do for that. Like that will add more hangars, I assume. They only showed pads, but I assume also hangars around the city, not just at the spaceport.
And then there's also, what if every door is open and your door is closed, but you want to leave your hangar? How do you leave your hangar if all the doors are already open into other people's hangars?
Yeah, it's an edge case, and it's one of those things where they'll be like, please wait while traffic clears or something like that. It'll be kind of like requesting takeoff at an airport. You'll be, waiting for your turn to enter the pattern, and they won't open the door until, it's clear.
But I want it now.
Yeah,
I think they're just gonna
have space adventures. It
won't happen often, I imagine, but I think they'll have to have some sort of just you're gonna have to wait.
Yep.
Fall back.
Yeah, the pattern is full. Yeah, I mean that's the waiting for your turn to enter the pattern or to move on to the runway for takeoff at a small, not very busy airport. It's not really a thing. You come and go as you please, very easy and very quickly. But if you're at Area 18, okay, well, that's the price of putting your persistent hangar there at Area 18. And it also is going to be related to how big the shard populations are, and the average population throughout the day, and it'll be less of an issue as more systems come online and people spread out. But there are edge cases, and there is going to be some suspension of disbelief. But I don't think it's going to be one of those things that you run into often enough that it bothers people too much. And if they do get bothered, then that's what you're fucking worrying about.
I really do miss the landing tunnels. Like that felt really real to me.
I guarantee you those will come back.
Really? You think the landing tunnels are coming back?
Yeah, it just will be a lot more forgiving. But with the the AR stuff that they're doing right now, they'll just tell you that you need to go through this landing tunnel, and it'll start out wide and then go narrower as you get closer. But with players landing and NPCs coming and going from stations and from spaceports, and the NPC populations that they want to show on screen coming and going, there's no way they're not going to do it. There's no freaking way they're just going to let you, do whatever the F you want at a major metropolitan airport. And anyone who says, oh, no, that's not realistic, get fucked.
Well, what you see happening in Pyro right now, in those particular habs that don't have armistice zones, it's going to happen everywhere that players can do that. Oh, look, there's another Cuddy that's landing. Nope, not anymore.
Well, that's kind of what it's going to be, except in Stanton and UEE control systems, you're only going to do that once. NPCs will hunt you down. Well,
and I think it's just super believable that you have requested a hangar and you are requesting to land, and part of that request is if you deviate from the flight pattern, the ATC AI will take control of your ship and put you back in it. Sorry, that is not immersion breaking at all. That's like the
Nope.
most realistic thing in the world for a 30th century air traffic control system, because that's I mean, you are, when you come into land at airport, you are asking for permission to land there, and this is the route that you will take to do so, and these are the instructions that you will do at a given time in order to make that happen. And if you don't do it, all hell will break loose. You will lose it. Like, the FAA will come down on you with the wrath of effing God. And anyone who tries to tell me otherwise is full of shit, because I come in and out of the pattern of airports literally every shift, and I have to listen to it all the time on my headset. Like, this is something I'm deeply familiar with. The only way I could be more familiar with it if I was the actual pilot doing it. But yeah, sorry, that's a big old long tangent. That's fine.
I love it. That's a good
from freight elevators. But so continuing on from freight elevators, on the Delta report though is the cargo hauling missions, and I think it's encouraging with narrative work being scheduled for the cargo hauling missions, and that narrative work ending in a few days. Now, we know that the first cargo hauling missions are just going to be courier missions with smaller boxes. Not like we're not getting the ones for the whole sea. But we also don't know the scale of the courier missions. But it'll probably be a number of cargo boxes of the 2, 4, 8 SU, maybe more.
And these do require the freight elevator. It said so. It says so on the tile. Yep. Making use of freight elevator features, this mission type will have players hauling large quantities of cargo to earn a UEC and reputation. And this specifically was also mentioned at CitizenCon with the what did they call it? The trade something division united.
Oh, it's the guild.
The guild thing, yeah. The guild,
the Interstellar Transport Guild, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yep. No, you got it right. And absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I think with the courier missions, they might be able to do it without the freight elevators, but that's the other reason I'm thinking that freight elevators are targeting for 322 is in order, to align with these missions, or the missions will just be done and waiting on freight elevators. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm hopeful that we'll get an ISC where they'll show us hey, here's the UI that we're working on for this. To help us gauge the progress.
When does ISC start up again?
Was it this week?
Was it in the Twisk?
I haven't even looked at Twist today. I was so busy.
I don't. Yeah, same. Like
next week.
Next week. Thank you.
North Orange Trooper saying next week. Shimpasta 322 is this year, Q4.
Yep. And it's the going out with the bang patch.
Yeah. It is very encouraging
Inside Star
to see.
Citizens on the 9th.
Oh, really?
It is this week. Yeah, it's this
week. We
do
have one?
Yeah, Citizen behind the scenes special. Yeah.
Oh, behind the scenes special. Well,
so it's a recap of stuff for the real ISC comes back next week.
I don't want that over there. Why is that going over there? Whoops.
I don't know. Use Windows.
The other GIF.
Huh?
The other Homer GIF that I posted.
Oh yeah, he keeps bringing up the thing, the stuff with the stuff on it. Discord. There we go.
Part of the crew.
Steady, man. Part of the crew.
When does Pyro Channel end?
I want to say it was the 10th. Was the updated schedule?
Yep.
Eisen Herzog 42. Eisen Herzog. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the support. Thanks for joining us this evening. Hope you're doing well. I'm very encouraged by the amount of work on the new missions. The Steel Recover Cargo, I'm very excited about. Because these are for boarding. The description was they talked about either disabling or finding disabled ships and boarding them to recover the cargo. Boarding actions are my thing, so I'm very, very excited. The restoration contract missions also sound really interesting because they take place at the what do they call them? I'm going to pull up the description. Utilizing the repair functionality of the multi-tool salvage attachment, players are tasked to restore ships from bow to stern, patching up the hull, replacing missing or faulty internal components, and replacing weapon loadouts in new salvage yard locations. I'm very excited to see these locations. Obviously, we know the work on persistent hangars is going to continue for a little while, but we are going to be getting instance hangars and freight elevators first, followed by persistent hangars, and then they will be pivoting to work on persistent habs, is what they had said before, that the work on persistent habs will continue after persistent hangars. The other thing with the persistent habs is that work will continue once the sandbox and what's the Montreal team? Not Sandbox, but the other one, Montreal Location or something.
And APT?
No, the one's working on the UGFs.
Is that not Napu?
It's not Napu. It's a location team. I forget which one, but it's the Montreal one. But anyway, them and EU Sandbox 2 are working on the UGFs. And once that work on the UGFs is done, then they'll continue work on building interiors. That's what it was said before.
Yeah, it's just MTL Sandbox.
Okay. So there's EU Sandbox 1 and 2 and Montreal Sandbox. Okay. Just the namings. Oh, geez. Physical damage and breakability, which can we just like change the name to Maelstrom now?
No. Just like Jake won't change the name of those unannounced features that turned out to just be like IE years ago.
IAE and Invictus launch week from 2020 or 2021, I forget. You know,
Yeah.
No one
Yeah,
sold
they're
me
just
to,
on-
so I'm
they're
just
just
going to
on
leave it
there.
on there.
Yeah, just I don't know what that's about.
Yeah. Come on, Jake.
I could change
Just
it,
ask.
but they told me not to.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Could just override it.
But you know, the VFX. So visual effects. This isn't the engine team. This is actually here. Can we pull this up? So there's interesting
What
that
tour are we
it
on?
should. Well, so the progress tracker shows the work from the physics team ending in August for physical damage and breakability, but then the and it's because the progress tracker is broken. That's probably why. But the Delta report for 1022 shows that VFX was assigned, adding 24 days of work, and essentially starting probably at the beginning of October. So that's a good thing. Is the VFX people are working on Maelstrom now to make it look pretty.
Sweet.
VFX is downstream. I'm
Yep.
excited. Very,
Yep.
very excited.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why they're reworking the engine demo right now.
Oh,
Because
yeah, that makes sense.
The Gladius collision
Mhm.
looked a little like hot garbage in that one, but it looked better later on.
It was cool, but it definitely just looked like a bunch of glass breaking.
Yeah, and it didn't interact with the water properly, but it definitely did later. So it's like two different versions of the engine there.
Yeah, everyone made their CitizenCon presentations in a vacuum.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when they all came together and all showed their stuff, everyone like pointed at each other, going, "Hey!"
I didn't know you were working on that. That's really cool.
Yeah, and so everyone went back to the office and like, "Hey, like I we're checking in this stuff, and you're checking in that stuff, so I want to take that stuff and check it in over here, and you know that like convergence of all the stuff that they did for CitizenCon."
They look at it and say, "Wait a second, I was working on something like that." And you got like three different teams that got the same. Oops.
So, the other interesting thing is for salvage vehicle munching, on the progress tracker right now, because it's borked, it just shows the EUPU, which is EUPU gameplay feature team. working on salvage vehicle munching. But then on the October 22nd Delta report, it shows the addition of the VFX, adding 19 days of work.
Yeah, the VFX team, when I pulled that,
mhm.
they had basically like half a week of work, and then it stopped.
Interesting. Yeah, because it shows that that's a good thing though. If VFX is getting involved with vehicle munching, I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of the first things we see in ISC when they come back. Because we're literally 6 weeks out from a 322 release and having vehicle munching, and so the VFX is just probably going gangbusters on Maelstrom and vehicle munching to get it working.
Now, I think my question is whether or not vehicle munching is the full Maelstrom set for ships. Like, I'm not going to assume it's going to be tied to buildings or anything like that, but like,
Oh yeah,
if you got vehicle munching in, do they just disable collision-based Maelstrom, where you're crashing two ships with their shields down, and they just like rip a wing off, or
that's what That's what I'm wondering, is if we're only enabling Maelstrom for salvage, and it isn't. Like, is it only enabled for salvage and it isn't turned on for pad ramming and getting hit by a torpedo, or when you find a invisible asteroid? Kitty.
Tractor beaming a rock into somebody.
Yeah, because that could be interesting. Is it still vehicle munching? Great, cool, and it's could show us what updated how Maelstrom is being integrated and stuff, and how quickly they can get this set up for ships, and they just need to continue to work on the physics engine aspect of it, with the the application of force, but they're using it in order to disintegrate the ship when you are cutting it up or or whatever. But that'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. Because I agree with you. I don't think it's the full, hey, here's Maelstrom, but using Maelstrom in order to do
Showcase
that aspect, showcase it, is still a big win for us, especially for people with salvaging ships. And then ship trespass, Squadron 42 vehicle support, tumble storm. We know about unannounced vehicle. Let's see. I think this is the one. There's two of them that had VFX added. One of these, I believe, is. It's going to work right.
Possible to tell whether or not those ones.
Yeah. So this is the one. It's borked. Wait. Let's see. So this is the.
They both had VFX added.
Oh yeah, I suppose you can just click directly into the progress tracker from there to see what they
and
are.
The one on the
They're
bottom.
not the ones they reveal.
Yeah. Well, it's because the progress tracker's borked, but it's the VFX for revealing 6 days of work down here. This one is the other unannounced ship from Montreal Vehicle Content. This is the Cutter Expedition, 100%. But this one,
you mean the Scout?
The Expedition. It's another variant.
The Scout is revealed. Yeah. Okay. And then this one's EU Vehicle Content. So this one has VFX work now. Don't know if this vehicle content sprint got elongated, but it's showing VFX for adding 19 days of work going out into October. So, that would have been a VFX sprint right here. I think this is probably going to be the IAE straight to flyable, but we'll see. Either that or end of year. But my hypothesis is that this one is that it's one of the ones that was shown in the ship panel, and I think it's the one that looked like a medium, almost anvil looking ship, had the cargo elevator.
Ah,
Is that? I think it's that one. I don't think it's that little like hovercraft thing. But we'll just have to wait
we're
and see.
also with the IE video. We may be we know we're getting a Gotek ship. We just don't know what state it's in, but it looks straight to flyable. So
if
it
it's
could
straight
be
to
the
flyable, that'd be
Gotek.
really cool. This could be the Gotek something.
Part of the crew. Part of the
Part of the ship.
Part of the
Part of the crew. Part of the ship.
Part of the crew. Part of the man. Part of the crew. Part of the ship.
Sendy Senderson, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for the support. Thank you for joining us this evening. Hope you're doing well.
All the words. You know what
All
you
the
didn't do
words.
today?
What?
You didn't do your thing about Stack Up.
I haven't, and I usually wait to see if somebody like donates or something.
Yeah,
but I
I haven't
will mention
donated
it.
$20 today.
Yeah, Shiny. Why haven't you donated $20? Okay, so that's
I don't support the troops, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, fuck them, man. It's only Veterans Day week,
Yeah.
Seulin, or I forget what the spelling and pronunciation is, but yeah, Citizen Ninja, the Seu.
Sanderson?
Was it a Gotak ship or was it a Poa ship?
It was
I guess
thought
Gotek.
it was
Gotak?
Gotek.
Okay.
Which is weird because they said they're moving on to Ryland after they're done with the Sentuki.
Well, I mean, the Santaki isn't done yet, though.
I know, that's the weird part.
I just looked up the Raylan. Wow, it really has been 2 years. Oh man,
Big
almost.
sads.
Yeah, that's 2.5 years.
Okay, so let's move on to we'll close the we'll just leave that one up. Let's go on to the November 1st Roadmap Roundup. Nazeris, take it away.
That's the fun one.
Want me to read the header again?
Sure, please.
November 1st. Where did it go? It decided to not exist anymore. Give me one moment. All right. Page actually loaded this time. Great. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we accompany the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you insight into the decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who help make Star Citizen and Squadron 42 possible. With that said, let's go ahead and dive into this week's Roadmap Roundup. CIG Community Team. Oh boy, did they just update everything, all the ships.
Mm-hmm.
And inventory. So I'm gonna run through. I guess in the progress tracker, they added 2 things: the Cutter Scout and the RSI Zeus Mark II.
And those 2 things actually are, I think, the only 2 things that actually changed on the progress tracker. Out of everything that I picked up on the Delta, it's so broken. Those are the only 2 things you can trust, as far as I'm concerned, because everything else was just like I'm getting deleted or the item being deleted completely.
Oh yeah, that's really weird. Yeah, you had
Every one of them was
deliverables
like
removed.
In dates
All
removed,
over the place.
moved backwards. Like some
Such a
things got
weird
added to
bug.
release windows.
When some were removed and then added, like the Santaki was removed and then added.
Yeah, the Santaki has like 2 different entries at least.
Mm-hmm.
And it switches around because they don't clean out their data. I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there.
28
but
things
I
were
don't do any
updated,
data
but they
curating.
weren't. Yeah.
So on the release view side, data heist. The following cards have been added to the 321 column on the release view, targeting 321.1 data heist mission. And then the following cards have been added to the release view, targeting Q4 release date with 322, being player hair update, salvage structural, which we've been talking about for a while. Cargo inventory containers. This is a big one. This is basically making containers actually the containers we all wanted. This feature will allow players to store items and smaller cargo containers in larger cargo containers. We don't know how or what this entails yet. In the, I believe it is the thumbnail for it, there's an open large container, but it's the old style. So we don't know if it's going to be a UI, or is it going to be actually putting those carryable SCUs into a larger container.
Like the box has its own grid.
Yeah, I wonder if they're
Yeah,
going to be updating it because, like, if you have a 2SCU
we
container,
just got these containers though. Like,
yeah, if you have a 2SCU container, you can open it up like it's an inventory thing. You can put things in it because, like Ghost, when we do lore expeditions, Ghost will make party boxes, and yeah, and he'll grab a 2SCU container and just put like railguns and railgun ammo and med pens and that sort of stuff in there. That way we can easily all just grab it and share those things. And if you need to, like if somebody needs something like, hey, does anyone have any of these? Anyone looted any of these? And yeah, I'll just put it in the party box and you drop it in there and then everybody can grab it. And so it's a really efficient way to doing things, but it only, we only have the 2SCU containers for doing it. So,
and in the PTU currently, you can buy a 1 SCU.
So if you buy it, how do you get it physicalized onto your cargo grid?
I don't know. All I saw was Tomato's tweet saying you can now buy 1 SCUs.
Yeah, because I saw you can buy it, but then Mike said that you can't move it from your inventory into a physical state on your cargo grid. I'm like, well, why can
1 to an 8?
purpose?
Interesting. I imagine it's still PTU. Stuff's still being added. So
yeah, I think it's probably just like not functioning yet. But
yeah,
I
much
think
like
that's
the
probably right, and it's intended, or it's just added on accident, and that's for 322, and it wasn't meant to be in the build.
They put accidental stuff in so rarely, but it does happen sometimes. So they POA Santoki end of year. The X1 series being the Origin X1, Velocity, and Force, all coming in for the end of the year. I want to try these bikes. I really can't wait to see these things.
I completely forgot there were variants. It's been so long.
I want to see a high-speed, like, grav bike racetrack. Because we don't have any. Like, we have the PTV ground track, and that's a very small track. I want to see a bike specifically, because the bikes run at like 500 meters per second. They are stupid fast. So I want like bank curves. I want a large sizable track that is built for stupid fast grav bikes. Heck, what they need to do is actually build a speedway somewhere. Not the one in green where it's all up in the air, but an actual ground speedway. That depending on the race, it could be dirt, it could be an actual event center, but the track, kind of like a lot of the not F1, a lot of the races that are not NASCAR, they'll have a single track, but they can do it in several different configurations, and depending on whatever like event or mission you pick up, it'll configure the racetrack in that way. So whether it be small ground vehicles, medium ground vehicles, or grav bikes, it would have a different configuration to make the track different for each of them, playing into their strengths.
Mm-hmm.
Is that lots of artist time? Yes, it is. Can they still do it? Probably. So that is the Roadmap Roundup for the 1st of November.
And Jake followed that up with the error that I have to tell you about.
Yes.
Was that a comment in the
thread, on Spectrum? He says, "Hey folks, quick update. We had an issue crop up with the progress tracker import that's resulting in some missing data. So there may be a few inaccuracies, roughly 50 of them. Jake told me that the bug was related to their workers simply not completing the script, and that it's new, meaning that they occasionally change things in the process that works most of the time, and they do it at the last minute. That's like all the information I have, but they've done it 3 times this year. and
Is
each
it-
one of them has been a different reason for why it stopped working. And this
So,
last one was just
Same thing
it,
that happened in
it
May,
just
June?
dies. No, this one's different.
Oh.
This one just it gets stuck and it just quits. Oh well, like that's the issue.
Nice.
And of course, they followed up with our devs are working on a solution, but may not have one this evening. Well, we get to wait until next week to have the solution to this problem, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
because of that
That's
weird policy we've discussed a couple times, where they just
Yeah, if they
choose
even if they
not
find a
to
fix,
update it
they won't
the day
update it
after.
until the next scheduled update, which is really frustrating. Because okay, they could have, our devs are working on a solution, but they have it this evening. Okay, maybe they got it on the next day, which would have been Thursday or Friday or something like that. And then they still won't release it until not this Wednesday, but the next Wednesday. It's like, why do we have to wait an additional almost 2 weeks to get the
Well,
fix for the information?
it wasn't on this. It wasn't on the Twisk.
Mm-hmm.
No Twisk, no publish.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's unnecessarily constrained.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
they
for no
used to publish like at all hours of the day on random days. Like they're
Heck, they should publish things if they're interesting and they come in. Like it's a Thursday and we have this team has decided that they're going to be doing such and such. All right, put it on there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have to publish the whole thing? No.
Yeah, and
I
just
mean, it would
keep
make
track
my
of
job harder, but
well, you could do a poll once a week.
yeah, I could do that. And
And
then when I
like
say it's broken, I say, sorry guys, next Friday.
um and then they could just keep track of their changes. That's not hard. Programs do that a lot on their own. And then just every 2 weeks publish the roundup that just says everything that changed and why it changed. Like it's outside looking in, not that hard.
Yeah. So, like, to follow that up, their ability to keep track of what the changes are does seem to be kind of difficult because, and I quote, "Let me know what you find, and I'll comment accordingly." Their comment
Oh my
exists because
gosh.
I found the problems. They don't have an internal tool to track this stuff.
How are your tools better than theirs?
I have the bandwidth.
It's internal systems. They don't need bandwidth.
No, it's not like
I'm
literal
memeing.
bandwidth, but like
Yeah, I'm memeing.
like
Well,
he,
like-
he
That's
personally
what
has the personal bandwidth to do it and work on it, whereas the progress tracker right now is not a priority for CIG.
It should be.
It should be.
I think
It should.
it's definitely getting, like, maybe I should put together a graph or something that can show how lagged out it's become this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just gotten progressively worse since I started tracking it, and I don't know if there's any correlation there. Like, oh, I can see it. Better fucking quit. But
Shiny is the source of the infection. We need to
Yeah, but-
quarantine Shiny.
yeah, I'm a little too noisy or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I
weird.
find it useful to some degree, at least, as a debugging tool.
Yep.
I think it's has something to do, some correlation with the laser focus on other things.
Yeah. Well, would you rather Squadron 42 be feature complete, or the progress tracker gets posted on a Thursday sometimes, huh?
Progress tracker
Those
every
are-
time.
Those are your options.
I can wait 5 more years for Squadron. I want the roadmap.
Give me a roadmap.
I've waited this long. I can wait.
Before we move on to the Spectrum Pulse, I just wanted to, because the Drake Cutter Scout was unannounced and the Zeus was unannounced, and those were both changed to shown on the progress tracker, and so if we go to the deliverables view on the progress tracker, and we can see that there is 1, 2, 3. Let's see. There we go. Okay, there are still 2 unannounced vehicles in production. And then there's 3 unannounced vehicles in production. One of them hasn't received any work since June, and it was only a very short sprint. So I think they probably decided to stop working on that one and work on something else. But then we have 2 2 vehicles that were concept. And these are not the same as other vehicles because we're looking at the actual deliverables view. So this is the only work that has been done on this vehicle. It's just vehicle concept art and vehicle concept art. And so we don't know when these are going into production, but we just know that they are their own vehicle. It isn't related to a different vehicle. But we do have. Go ahead. Sorry.
What I was going to say is on the timeline view that I have 9 vehicles that are unannounced.
Ooh.
I don't know how you'd specify.
Well, there's
whether or not it's,
these other deliverables that are unannounced. Well, let's see. Are they vehicles or?
Yeah, because I mean, they're obfuscated on there where they literally just say unannounced. You have to click into each one to find out whether or not it's a vehicle or content or feature or something.
Mhm.
But on mine, I differentiate. They're called unannounced vehicle, unannounced feature.
Oh, here's another one. Yeah,
so I get 9 of them.
Let's see.
And you have one that only had narrative on it for like a 2-week period in 2021. You've got an unannounced one for Q1 of 2021 with just art on it. There's some of these that go back quite far. And
they could be related to vehicles that we already have. But
I guess there are probably 7 of them now because I'm looking at the October 2020 or the October 22nd.
yeah, I've got 1, 2,
It's
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. Yep. The only ones that have had any recent work are these ones down here at the bottom. 2 of them are just concept art. One of them was just a 2.5 month sprint by the vehicle content team. And we don't know how much actual work was in there. I'd have to pull it up in the scheduled work timeline. But then these are this one right here, Montreal vehicle content. This is guaranteed to be the Cutter Expedition variant. That's been
guaranteed by who?
By me.
Yeah, by him.
So,
and if he's wrong, sue him.
So in Invictus launch week, remember when they said the Montreal vehicle team is working on 2 variants of an existing vehicle? Well, one of those variants is the Cutter Scout. Because if you go to the Montreal vehicle team, here, I have it pulled up.
And the other one isn't on there.
So here's the Cutter Scout. Here's the Zeus, just started in production. And here's that unannounced vehicle. So this is the other variant that they're working on. This is the Cutter Scout or Expedition. And it actually has VFX work on it now. So guaranteed this is going to be a straight to flyable for IAE. The Zeus Mark II obviously barely started in production, but that means that the other unannounced that's well into production, let's see, this is US. No, I want Euro.
Euro
is
vehicle.
This one with the EU vehicle content team that has had 4 artists and 1 designer or 3 designers assigned to it during its lifetime. And this one also just had VFX assigned to it from what we just looked at on the Delta report or the scheduled delivery report. I forget which one it was, from 10/22. And that's the other reason I think that this one is either going to be an IAE ship, another straight to flyable, or a Q4, another Q4 ship alongside the Santok Yai. We'll just have to see what additional work gets added. But the fact that it's VFX that started in October, 5-6 weeks of VFX work plus a few more weeks added onto it for vehicle content. I think that this is that probably that small medium-ish ship that was in the ship panel. So yeah, we'll wait and see. But having that many people working on it makes me think that it's not not one of that tiny little hover thing that we saw in the first screen of that panel. But unless you guys have anything else you wanted to go over, I think that's it for the roadmap roundups.
Only that I hope that they are announcing some big concept soon.
Yes.
I don't have anything. I gotta fix that problem that you guys pointed out.
Whoops.
I got it written down.
I mean, this concept right here,
RSI minor,
1,
yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6.5 months of concept work. It's probably a pretty decently sized concept ship. We'll just have
capital cargo. That would also be very nice.
Wait and see. All right, I'm
Actually,
going to minimize these.
I do have one shiny tracker thing. I'm
I'm
reworking the Delta builder aspect of the bot, rewriting it so it'll be multi-threaded and it doesn't take me an hour to upload.
No,
after
that would be nice.
Jake posts, probably be like 10 minutes instead.
Oh wow!
Because it's getting slower and slower with each one.
Oh yeah, because you get more and more data, and
yeah, I don't know, comparing all that is really time intensive.
Yeah, I bet.
It's single threaded currently, so it's just
get with the time, Shiny.
Yeah.
Before we transition to the Spectrum Pulse for tonight, and it's a good idea because Moobot just posted about it. Just want to remind everybody who's hanging out in chat that any and all monetization that I receive from Twitch and YouTube gets donated in its entirety to StackUp.org. I take no money for myself, and so when I get a payout from Twitch or YouTube, I take that money, I round up to the next highest $50 with some of my own money, and I make a donation to StackUp.org. So like if I get a payout for $85, I add $15 of my own money, and we as a community donate $100 to StackUp.org. And so if you want to donate to StackUp.org, you want to support a good cause, use that link. I need to get rid of the donation thing via Twitch because Twitch doesn't pay out to StackUp often enough. They do it like every quarter or every other quarter, and so that's why the number up there has been static for so long, and it doesn't reflect in the little banner thing that actually isn't in this screen, but it is in other screens or other scenes on OBS. But yeah.
Plus, if you donate through Twitch, they probably get like a tax break because they're donating on your behalf.
Yep. And
which
fuck
is
those
kind
guys.
of a scummy thing to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Twitch charges a fee, like a transaction fee. Whereas if you just donate directly to the donor drive, there is no transaction fee or anything. So yeah, I need to remove that donation thing from Twitch, and just do the donor drive things. But yeah, if you want to support StackUp.org, you can donate via that link. And just by suffering through ads whenever they do them, that money goes to StackUp.org. And if you wanted to subscribe and not have to suffer through ads, that money goes to StackUp as well. So I really appreciate everybody's support and really appreciate everybody hanging out with us this evening. Let's get into the Spectrum Pulse. So this week's Spectrum Pulse is on base building, because we all got that very exciting presentation at the end of CitizenCon during Destination Adventure about base building going into production in Q1 of 2024. But I figured with that information that we got, it would probably be a good idea to do a Spectrum Pulse, and for Naz and I, with the assistance of ShinyHobo, to summarize and talk about the information that we do have surrounding base building, and also come up with some questions that we think need to be answered based off what we have learned about base building. But base building all started. Northern Trooper says, do we have an ETA when the Vulcan will be added? No idea, bud. And that's
last time it moved on the progress tracker was August. I'm not aware of any dev comments on it since then.
I think he's talking about the Vulcan
soon,
ship.
TM.
Not. Are you talking about? Oh, when Vulcan? Not sorry. When not.
Not when the Vulcan. Yeah.
Yeah. My bad. When Vulcan will be added? No, I don't know. The thing with the ray tracing and global illumination is they were that is a prototype that they were able to build with a more current version of the Vulcan implementation that they've built, and they just said Vulcan soon, but we don't know how soon. It sounds like Vulcan is pretty far along. If they're far enough along that they are able to take what they have and start prototyping and testing ray tracing and global illumination, I think it's in a pretty good state. But I don't know if it's going to make it into Q4. I wouldn't expect it in Q4 just because they're so vague about it. But we'll just have to wait and see. So let's start at the beginning with base building. And that was at CitizenCon 2017 when we got the announcement for the Consolidated Outland Pioneer, which is the capital class base building ship. And of course, they started out with the big ship in the big announcement compared to what we're doing now, where they more start small and work their way up. But if you haven't watched this, I always really enjoy the ship commercials, and this one's pretty fun. And it was pretty cool to watch live when they were streaming the CitizenCon presentation. But let's go ahead and watch this ship commercial for the Consolidated Outland Pioneer, and then we'll take a look at some of the other information that we have.
Stars. They've become such a familiar backdrop of our day-to-day life that it's easy to forget what they mean. That one. That little dot right there. That's Bremen. And this one over here? That's Saul. Think about that. Just a handful of these dots represents the breadth of human expansion. Another handful, and you've got Bannon, Jean, even Van Duel systems. That's everything we've ever known. Every piece of art, every life, ever, right there. In two handfuls of dots. And that means there's so much more to find. Behind every one of those points of light is a story waiting to be discovered. Now, in our distant past, it was the province of governments to explore and understand space. The simple launch took resources and money beyond the capacity of even the largest companies. But then RSI introduced the Zeus, and suddenly regular people were able to explore our solar system, allowing an unprecedented amount of knowledge to be discovered. When Nick Croshaw discovered the first jump point, the modified scanner array that allowed him to search for jump points were far too expensive for the civilian market. But once that technology was refined and open to the public, what happened? That's right, an era of expansion that led us from this to this. And that's how it's always been. If you look at all the great eras of human history, whenever innovation has put technology in the hands of the people, it has heralded sweeping discoveries. Because power in the hands of many will always exceed the power of few. So while we can now discover new jump points and systems, there's still one hurdle that remains. That's what to do once you discover a new planet. Because right now, only the largest corporations can terraform and establish settlements. Easy. We haven't simplified terraforming. Yet. No, I'm here to announce something equally exciting. Albert Einstein, the man who redefined human understanding of the universe, he once said, "The person who follows the crowd will usually go no further than the crowd. The person who walks alone is likely to find himself in places no one has ever seen before." An insightful sentiment meant to inspire thinkers and creators to push the boundaries of their understanding. It was, after all, said 1,000 years ago, before humanity had left our homeworld. So clearly he was speaking metaphorically. Today, as I just showed you, the unknown is out there, waiting to be discovered. For those that are looking for those places that no one has seen before, they are faced with a daunting challenge. What do you do when you get there? Up until now, it's been the province of governments and corporations to pave the way for sustained habitation. The power has been in the hands of the few. What if I offered you the ability to build your own settlement? To bring civilization to the most untamed of frontiers? A colony ship in the truest sense of the word. And I'm not talking about just transporting people, no. I'm talking about an all-in-one solution designed to build modular structures based on your needs. Capable of building a farm or a habitat, a trading post or a mining operation. I mean, that'd be crazy, right? Allow me to introduce the Pioneer. With that, let the new age of colonization begin.
I'm not crying, you're crying. No, I'm not crying, you're crying. Chills and Tears is such a good one.
Oh gosh, yeah. That was a really great chip commercial. It definitely got a lot of hype going. That's for sure.
It sold land claims a month later, didn't it?
Oh my gosh.
Because I know
I think
you got a land claim with your Pioneer when you buy it, but
flight speed 85 meters a second. Whoa,
I think
so
almost
fast.
exactly a month later. October, then into November.
Gotcha. So this was our introduction to base building, and really, when the ship launched, we got concept art and just some vague information about base building. And so this is the launch page. Unfortunately, it's bugged, and so you can't cycle through these images, but they are saved elsewhere. But the concept art is pretty cool. And of course, these things don't work, but I'm going to pull up the brochure because you can see them in the brochure. But I'm going to put the link in chat to the transmission page. That way you can have it for yourself. And down at the bottom is the link for the program. And the program, this is the CitizenCon program, which includes some pages about the...
it works in the Wayback Machine.
Oh, weird.
So
at some point,
it
it died.
there. Yeah. I'll also send that to you guys.
Oh. So let's
That
see.
is a version that
I'm
works.
going to put this into
Whoa,
full screen. And so we'll take a look at just some of the concept images. I think this image is really cool because this is the production line. So Consolidated Outland is headquartered on Bremen. Bremen is like the breadbasket of humanity. You know, there's a planet there that's basically just like a lot of farming. But it's really cool to be able to see like their, you know, will we ever see this in, you know, this sort of thing happening in game? Probably not, but it's really cool just to see them thinking about this and how it comes together. And if you remember, and I forget who was it Blizzrad that pointed it out, the uncanny resemblance of this bridge to the bridge on that ship that's flying through the space station in the Squadron 42 video. That looks just the uncanny resemblance of this ship, period, to that mystery cargo ship.
Yeah. The thing that really makes it really weird is the engines don't match at all.
Nope.
Like, the entire back end just has no relation.
Yeah.
But that bridge is carbon copy.
Yeah, the bridge is carbon copy. Even sort of like the sides, the way it like comes out and around like that. It's sort of
it has the kind of like X-wing kind of side look to it, that profile.
Yeah, sort of hexagonal, I guess you say. Or yeah, I think that's the right shape.
Yep.
And so down here at the bottom, I'll read this. It says, pictured here, the Pioneer's advanced fabrication plant is fully capable of assembling a ready-to-deploy remote outpost from the construction materials stored aboard. With the ability to create additional structures at the scouted location, the hope of Consolidated Outland is that colonists will be able to accommodate for unexpected conditions at their new settlement. And so when they launched this, they didn't really have a great idea of how this would work. Like, this is cool concept art, but it doesn't tell you how this would all work in terms of putting it all together.
It certainly doesn't seem to integrate with Rastar, or what would become it.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a really big challenge of how they make that work, especially given that the sort of idea for this has changed. And
I think this is going to be much more of a 3D printer type of thing than a like a furnace and then place.
Yeah,
because if you look at
kind of what they've with the updated description that we'll get to in a second is that's kind of what they said, is that initially their thought was that you're basically taking pieces, you know, like wall pieces and such and roof pieces, you know, kind of like if you're building like in Space Engineers or something, or any other game like that, where you're taking those pieces in order to make a square building, you know, floor, ceiling, wall, etc. The pieces that you have, and you'd have to have the ones that you need in order to put it all together. And it was fabrication. It wasn't like I hate to use the word 3D printing, but that's essentially kind of what it is now. But initially it was, you know, taking those, you had to have, you know, essentially bring with you wall segments and such in order to put them together. You know, and essentially you would be able to pick the idea is that you would be able to pick a building and like say, okay, I'm going to make it, you know, here's 1 by 1, and now I'm going to stretch it out to 4 by 4. And if you didn't have enough wall and floor and ceiling segments or something, you wouldn't be able to build that much. And it was based off of what you had in your inventory. That was what you could build. And you could build in like piecemeal and add to it later as more supplies came in. Because the Pioneer has this landing pad, which is attached to like the cargo bay, and so people could land here and bring you more material, you know, more pieces for fabricating buildings. But it's a pretty cool ship. I mean, I think it looks super dang cool.
Yeah.
But you can see like here's the cargo area and the landing bay and the cargo area, and this is where the things would you know, you would put them to, you know, the buildings together and the pieces together, and then they would get moved out here and then attached to each other in order to form a cohesive structure. It also has 4 turrets, so it's not, you know, it's not a slouch in terms of defense.
That's for sure.
This is just like a super cool image. And I don't think a lot of people notice this because you look at all this, but this is actually, you see this seam running down it, and this is meant to open up. And so it opens up in order to give you the space to do all this part with these arms moving back and forth to move these structures into place in order to build. But you can see it kind of limits you in the size of the structure that you can build in like the width, of this sort of hallway corridor.
Mm-hmm.
And what they talked about, we'll see here in a second, is that they had said that if you wanted to build wider or something like that, or build in a different direction, you would then have to reposition the Pioneer to do so. And obviously that's less than ideal. But it's also really cool that... Oh, good.
The margin between the buildings that you'd be placing down would be a little scuffed, we'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I forget what the purpose of the arm was. It's mentioned somewhere. I was looking for it, and they said it in... Yeah, the big arm thing. And I don't have a timestamp for it because I was rewatching the video during the day. Let's see. Let's go back to here. So before that, in this around the verse is when they talk about the design of the ship, and we'll watch a few minutes of that because it's kind of cool because they have some animations that I think are really worth watching. And then later on, it's up here is when you have Aaron Roberts, Chris Roberts, and Dave Haddock talking. There's some good points that are made in here, but it's kind of long, and so I'm just going to say it's good for you to go back and watch. But a lot of what was said in here carries over to what we heard at CitizenCon this year. It's just been, the way Todd presented it was a little bit more succinct and clear, especially without the CR speak, and having some images and some bullet points to go with it. But let's look at the Q&A for the Consolidated Outland Pioneer. And Naz, why don't we just take turns going through these questions and answers, and we'll talk about them as they go through. I'll take the first one because I want to talk about the third one because it comes back to another point that I wanted to make. All right. So how large can an outpost be? An outpost will have around the same footprint we have currently shown in the game, which is 48 by 48 by 5 height by 5 high meters. We view this as starting a small location for colonization, very similar to constructing a small research facility in Antarctica. Now, the footprint is in relation to the space within the Pioneer, and so that's what you could build within this footprint. But then when we get down to other questions, you'll see where they elaborate on that, in that if you wanted to add to that footprint, you could, but then you would have to reposition the Pioneer to do so.
My turn?
Yep.
All right. Can the Pioneer build hangars to store ships in our bases? Currently, we are looking at the players building basic landing pads for ships. At this point in time, it's possibly way too early to be expecting your outpost to work anything like Port Olisar or Revelin York or Southland facilities. While you can land and leave a ship on an outpost landing pad, the broader question of persistent ship storage is nuanced and complex, technical affair. As you have already seen from everything that's already involved in requesting, replacing, spawning, despawning, and landing ships in places like Port Olisar, doing even any subset of these things at a player outpost location where available loadout, structure, or systems are up to the player instead of the design team would be very tricky to say at the least. Should we come up with a good idea good way to handle it somehow, we'll let you know. Basically, this entire paragraph is thrown out with basically they were so early when they talked about the Pioneer. They knew they wanted to. And there was even, I don't know if we had the video up today, but there was a line from Aaron Roberts from years ago that he thought that they were going to get base building in that year. So they were stupid early in the process, and they thought it was going to be much higher priority to get base building out. And it was going to be a very haphazard, makeshift kind of way. And then as the days, months went on, they deprioritized it, rethought 5 times how they're going to do it. And we landed up basically throwing out all the stuff we had known about it. At the very least, major changes to everything that has been said about it. So we saw garages were in the new one, so there's definitely a little more than just landing pads now.
Yeah, it shows that they are thinking about this. Like you said, they are thinking about it, but I don't know. And that's one of those things like the questions, what do we know? We know that they want to build garages for your ground vehicles. Whether that garage is you park your vehicle in there and it's stored in there, but it doesn't like despawn and you're limited to the space of the garage. We don't know. Like, can you build a 3 Ursa garage and you can store that much in it? Danger Hobo, Nazeris got scammed. Tree gave him all the long ones and didn't even Rochambeau for it. That's how the monthly reports work too. Nazeris always does the engine section. This is the
I do have all those big ones. Dang it!
This is the price Nazeris pays for being more up to speed on this game dev stuff than me. But like Naz said, like this is so early. They're like, hey, this is a cool idea. We should do this. We haven't thought it out at all. And
this was basically they went to a designer and said, how would you do base building? Give me it in 10 minutes. This. Great, that's being published tomorrow. Wait, no, I wasn't done. Too late.
Not too close to the mic. Not too close to the mic. Coming back.
Sorry.
Right back.
Yeah.
But yeah,
what they had back then was not exactly nailed down. Like almost every single paragraph here is going to say, yes, but actually no. We may do some stuff later. We don't know.
Mm-hmm. And I think that by saying garages, it doesn't close the door on hangars. But I don't think you're going to have I don't think you're going to be able to store a bunch of ships there. Like you'll be able to, potentially maybe build a hangar of a certain size, and probably not something big because, it would probably be the largest hangar that you could build with a Pioneer might be a large size hangar. And it would be one of those ones where, it's the door going into the ground or something, or maybe even smaller. But you would park your ship in there and it would stay in there. It wouldn't be okay, now I can stow the ship and I've got, just this giant vault that goes deep into the surface of the planet and I can store all my ships there. I don't think you're going to be doing anything like that where you are able to replace your persistent hangar and ship storage at a landing zone. But I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility of being able to build a small, medium, maybe even large hangar to store a single ship at your base. Just like you can store, build garages and store a vehicle, or build a number of garages to store a number of vehicles. But it won't be I can use the kiosk and then the vehicle will despawn or something like that. But I think it is cool that they're at least committing to garages, and I think that's probably the best use case for garages and pads. You land, like, especially if you could build a pad like the ones that are at the new outpost in Pyro. Those are super cool. I landed at one for the first time today when we were playing, and it just looks great. I want one of those, especially if it has the facilities that you need from a hangar. But because your ship isn't spawning and despawning, it doesn't need to, have the hangar door closed. So, I think that's fine.
And Dome says for Org Outpost, you think they're going to have some pretty big hangars with enough resources? I think they're going to leave the cap off the design. never say they're done, they're finished, because
Mhm.
they can always come in later and say, well, we've updated it to do this or that. We're going to, drones are being used so that they will have a ability to add on to, like, make taller buildings than the Pioneer, make wider buildings than the Pioneer.
Mhm.
It all depends on how the actual design shakes out. And that is not something we can even start to discuss until the first ISC, when Todd Pepe comes back and say, okay, here's what we're doing.
Yeah. Here's
what
the
we're doing
Q&A
here
for this panel.
Yeah, what we're doing here is talking about the difference. We're going through what they have said so far,
Mhm.
and relating what we have seen in the lead up to the actual development starting next year.
Yeah, this is what they said then, leading up to what they're going to say most recently. But they said back then pads. They said most recently garages. I don't remember if they said pads or not in the presentation. We'll have to look. But I don't think pads are off the table. But they didn't say no to hangars, but they also didn't say yes. And so they've left it
And that's-
open-ended. But I wouldn't hope for anything beyond what they have committed to already when they're saying we're going into production.
Yeah, I almost guarantee pads will be a thing, because they are outposts and player hangars, or not player hangars, player bases will always be persistent locations. So the entirety of everything never gets stored.
Mm-hmm.
I think that brings up an interesting question of what happens to ships that are parked there on different shards. Do they
actually
exist in those
covered that.
garages?
They
Did
covered
they?
what happens to bases.
Well, I know that the bases are supposed to be like in a read-only state, basically, when
Mhm.
they're there. But if you have
Mhm.
these ships as physical items there in the
They
garages,
they
or on a
get
pad,
parented to
are
the
they
base.
just gone?
Yeah.
Well, if it's parked on a pad, then what?
I imagine the entire location, the entire area would get parented to the base. So if you build a base in Stanton, you have that read-only state where it's protected by the UEE and no damage can come to it. But if it's in Pyro, it's free game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm saying, like, the ship is parked there and then on a different server, can that person see that ship with nobody around and just take it?
As far as I know, it is locked to the shard you are on. Your base is only on that shard, because you can't be, because if you build your base on Pyro at shard A, you can't protect it on shard B, because you will be connecting back to shard A.
Yeah. One, Todd said, that there are some edge cases that they'd have to look into, but I think that's probably a pretty safe assumption that, the shard thing is going to make for some interesting edge cases, but I think it's a little bit premature to like worry about those when we still have such small shards and things don't persist across shards. Chrome Dome says, I'm just thinking from gameplay, you have ship transports to move stuff to the outer rim, let's say. Once you move it there, I'd be surprised if they didn't have some org site. So storing cargo is different than storing your hangar. And it's one thing, storing a ship. And so I could definitely see, some sort of warehousing system. We'll get into that more. But I don't know if we're going to be having ship hangar storage options. And
I don't even
what
think
we saw.
storage.
That's the
Yeah.
issue I was bringing up, was like, you can't
Can
really just
somebody
have
walk
a
onto the
ship
base
sitting there and
Yeah.
it just becomes a static thing, like a barrel. It
Mhm.
looks like a ship. You can't interact with it. Would be
I
kind of
was thinking, like,
breaking.
if it's on like your protected base in Stanton, UE protection, it's in the you log off and maybe like the doors automatically lock or something. If it's in the base zone, it's invulnerable as well. I don't know. Yeah, it's a good edge case, because that's a really good question.
And
about how that
I
from
can
what they've
imagine you can look inside of a window and you could see it there, but you can't open the door or bomb it with an A2.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And for storage, from everything they've shown, even if there is a warehousing solution, and I think that I'm pretty sure, reasonably sure, that there won't be any place to hide items as far as taking them out of the world. They will If there's a warehousing solution, it will be always physical cargo. If there's a ship storage solution, it'll be an always physical ship inside of a hangar, on a landing pad, in a garage.
Yep.
They've showed multiple times little resource pallets and things around player bases.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything to be all that different than what we see in game in terms of, here's a parking lot with a whole bunch of crates stored on it, and you move around and move your cargo. And I don't think you're going to be. I don't know if we're going to have the option to lock it in an underground vault.
Maybe that's a buildable.
Yeah, maybe it could be. We don't know. They haven't said no, but they haven't said yes. And so I'm going to align my expectations with what was shown and what's been explicitly said. I'm going to try and not like get too much into hopium about things that aren't mentioned at all, whether, no or yes. So, the underground vault equals same as persistent hangars. But that's the thing, is you have to be able to build it, you have to be able to power it and do all that sort of stuff. I don't think we're going to be able to rival. I wouldn't expect an org to be able to rival a landing zone or make their own damn spaceport. I don't think it's a reasonable expectation to be thinking that big. Especially with
like I said, I don't think they'll put cap on it. I think 10 years, 20 years down the line, we could end up seeing that, but it's definitely not anywhere soon.
Yeah. Can we use the Pioneer to build outposts on asteroids?
This is what you wanted. Of course it is.
Yeah. So I'm very curious and very interested in how CIG is going to implement asteroid bases. It's something that they worked on for over a year. And I think it was probably just artists doing concept art, kind of like they did for the UGFs when they presented them to us last year, how it was still in a white box phase. But that said, there's a couple other mentions and some of these other citations we're going to get into about using Rastar in orbit. And then again, in the presentation that we just got, they also talked about doing things in space. They never said space stations, and they have said that they didn't want to have player-owned space stations before, and not fairly recently that they said that. And so I think that they might still be sticking to that, where players don't own space stations, but they will give us the option to build on and in an asteroid. A lot, similar to asteroid bases, because they say we are not opposed to the idea. However, it will depend on a few different factors that still need to be decided: the size of the asteroid, what we do with the voxel tech, and if the surface area of the asteroid is smooth enough to build. Well, they know that the smoothest part was taken care of with Rastar. The Rastar smooths it for the tool, smooths it out for you. The question is, will we be able to build subterranean structures, build into the asteroid? And they mentioned building in orbit, they mentioned building in space, but they have within the last few years said they didn't want players to have their own, be able to own space stations. They'd be able to control them. So you could take over a derelict space station and essentially assume control of it, but not own it. But they haven't explicitly said yes to building stations, but they obviously say potentially building on asteroids. And when they talked about building, they just said in orbit and in space.
Yeah.
So,
and that's also another point that you kind of glossed over, is they've talked about building on planets. They've talked about in space. They've talked about asteroids. They haven't talked about subterranean at all.
Yep. Yeah.
It's eerily absent, and especially with the UGFs coming online. Like, most MMO or most multi PvP bases in games where you have multiplayer PvP building, the base that wins most of all for the easiest to protect is a subterranean base.
Yeah, if I'm like, okay, building an outpost on a surface of a planet or a moon is cool. I want an asteroid facility because I want it protected and hidden inside that asteroid. And even sure, it'd be difficult to find on a great big giant planet. damn near impossible to find in an asteroid field with millions of other asteroids, all blocking signals, and your emissions are hidden largely within the asteroid. Like, to me, that's the best, the best defense is hiding itself within an asteroid. I would assume that we'll have subterranean parts, but they never mentioned it. And the other thing is that Rastar has been specifically described for building on the surface of planets and moons. It has never been mentioned or used to build anything subterranean. When they redid the old UGFs with Rastar, it was just the surface aspect, because the subterranean aspects of the UGFs, of caves, that is all built using the procedural locations tool. And so until I hear something about Rastar building things underground, building subterranean, I'm going to remain a bit skeptical because they haven't demonstrated its ability to do it. Now, is that saying that it can't be done? No, absolutely not. If anyone's going to do it, it's CAG. But, until they say so and until they demo anything, I'm just going to set my expectations based off of what's been said and what's been shown. And, and so it's 100% speculation that we could build underground, because everything has always been demonstrated as above ground structures, and potentially building on an asteroid and building in space, but no mention of space stations, no mention, specifically of space stations. They just say space and in orbit. That's the verbiage.
Yep.
Well, if you can build on asteroids, I'll just take your entire base. So we got tractor beams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I
build
switch
on a
out
small
the?
Hey,
asteroid
where's my house? What happened?
Can I switch out the spine mount on the Idris with a just giant tractor beam?
They have said that they may eventually make a capital class tractor beam at size 4, but there's nothing planned right now.
Why would for
Stealing
what
Tree's
use?
base. Duh.
Because, yeah.
I mean, somebody has to tug the bangle. So like, you do need those capital class. Like, somebody needs to get the retributions to dry dock. Like, okay, there is use in the higher ups of ship sizes. Alrighty. For Death Star setting as Avi, can placed outposts be moved by the Pioneer? Yes. However, they need to be dismantled and then rebuilt. I'm not close to the mic.
Look at how
I don't know what
close I
Discord's
am to my
doing.
mic. Look at how close you are.
I don't know what Discord is doing, but it's wrong.
There you go. See, that was fine.
That was me talking to the side. That's not how my mic works. And you're the only person who has a problem with it, and I don't know what to fix.
Volume spikes in here, and I can see it spiking on the little screen. And like, I'm getting into the end of the yellow, barely into the red if I speak up a little bit. When you get animated, you are full. The whole thing goes red.
I hate Discord. They need to be dismantled and rebuilt in the new location rather than being picked up and moved whole. The Pioneer can manage this process through collecting additional resources, though collecting additional resources may be necessary. No, I know it's a bit loud. I'm just blaming Discord and its terrible audio quality.
Mm-hmm. And that's the moving part is interesting, because if the Pioneer is now 3D printing, does it have to un-3D print and you get the base materials again? Or does salvage? It just... Yeah, or does it dismantle just the pieces and it makes it easier to rebuild? Like, do you get is it faster to reconstruct the second time around?
I imagine this is just a efficient salvage instead of just... Well, actually, it'll be... When salvage gets more mature, you will be able to break stuff down back into its initial metals. I imagine that's the process we'll be using, and we'll have some like salvage beams on the thing or something. And it just kind of resorts the metals back into it. Like it says at the end, though collecting additional resources, maybe it's not 100% in and out. You will lose some efficiency after building. So, build with purpose.
So here's another question that adds to the piece of that puzzle. Can the Pioneer build space stations? No, this ship was built with the purpose of colonizing planets. Terrestrial construction and terrestrial structures have different needs from space stations. So, this is the other reason I think that when they say orbit and when they say space, orbit for Rastar and space with base building, I think that they mean asteroid
Planetary
facilities.
bodies.
Yeah, a planetary body, a moon, a planet, an
A
asteroid,
satellite of some sort.
yeah, something.
But
like
also,
Natural satellite.
that.
but also, this ship was built with the purpose of colonizing terrestrial bodies.
Yeah.
Endeavor needs a space station building module. That's what that
Could be.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, as always, they're not going to cap it. They're not going to say no. That's never going to be a thing.
Mhm.
They're just saying we're not there right now.
Next one.
All right. What size is the Pioneer land claim license included in the package? Oh boy. All right. Well, it depends. It will depend on the taxal density of our resource map. We want to make sure that claim is at least 1x1 pixel on the map. The initial that's such a vague term. They want to make sure it's at least a pixel on the map. What map? They didn't have a map. And we just saw the map at CitizenCon. Obviously, it's going to be impossible not to make it a pixel because you can see like a micro SU on that map. So they're good there. The initial educated guess is somewhere between 4x4 kilometers to 8x8 kilometers. Pretty large chunk of land that will give player multiple construction sites. The land and claim system will be important beyond Pioneer construction. Land claims will prevent other players from building in your territory and will offer different options relevant to the gameplay, such as giving you surface rights and pure construction versus mineral rights that would include mining. We know that there are concerns that our land claims could theoretically be abused situations as buying up the area outside a major city or using outposts to block important areas. Rest assured that that the claim system is being developed to prevent these situations from being possible. So they outline some of them. I'm sure as we get closer to it and probably post the first iteration of base building, a lot of these exploits will be found and reported and fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And as we go in,
we're going to get a design brief, ISC, about this.
Yeah, they've been doing those a lot. I can imagine that maybe 6 months in.
Yeah, I would say midway next year we'll probably see a design brief, base building, because they're going to go through all the concepting and the prototyping and stuff before it actually is like actual production. We're building assets and everything.
Yeah. So Squadron and Pioneer next CitizenCon.
Yeah.
No, Pioneer is not coming in next CitizenCon for those who want it. That we have, so that we already know it's going to be about a year for the Pioneer. It's that kind of size. Also, the style guide's nowhere to be seen. We have no style guide for it. We have the guide, but we don't have any of the parts. Is what I mean. Like It will be the first in the interior. Well, we have the Nomad. The Nomad's the closest thing we have to an interior Consolidated Outland, and it's just completely different. So no, we have way too many ships that are going to be worked on into the next year that the Pioneer is going to take too long to show up as flyable. 2025.
We'll get the Galaxy and the Galaxy's base building module before the Pioneer.
I think we'll have all. I think we'll have the Prospector, not Prospector. What's
the
it called?
The John Deere hover thing.
Surveyor, the Atlas trailer, and the manufacturer module before the Pioneer. Just because it's so much easier to do all those steps.
Mm-hmm.
Even like in the next 2 years, I think we'll get most of those because the Galaxy is coming out next year or the year after. It may end up getting out next year. It'd be a hard one, but it may actually get out next year.
It depends
Just
on when it
looking at-
goes into production. I think it'll go into production. You know, they'll start white boxing. You know, the white box. They'll do the continue the white box when the Polaris is in final art. Starts final art.
And what didn't we come to a conclusion that that's supposed to be a
I think it's
Invictus?
an Invictus launch week ship.
So Invictus, and then basically 30 to 60% of the galaxy is the Polaris.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it'll be done in less than probably be able to be done in less than a year if they're shooting for Invictus launch week, and and it started production in like April. That's like 13, 14 months of production. The Galaxy will go faster. It'll be 10 months or whatever. And so maybe final art starts in spring for the Polaris, then maybe they can get out the Galaxy for IAE. But I mean that's cooking. That's moving pretty quickly. It all depends on how their growth works and how well they're able to work within their pipelines and such, and reuse those assets. But we also have to realize that they will be having to work on modularity and work on the modules for the Galaxy, not just the ship itself. So there's a lot that goes into that.
Yeah, the whole side question is like the modules that the Galaxy will launch with or not launch with. Like, it's a whole other conversation that we're not getting today. We'll probably do another sit rep on modules not in too long.
Oh yeah, probably multiple.
All right, well, you do the next one. I'll be right back.
Okay. Will we need the Pioneer, or will we need to move the Pioneer each time we want to put a new module? When the manufacturing process is complete, the ship moves the outpost forward and places it in the specified location. If that location can't have any other items placed there safely, then the pilot will need to move the Pioneer's position. And so that's the one of the big questions for me, is if this holds true. Will they change how base building will work? Because the Pioneer is pretty big, and that linear space within it is good size. But in order to build your base and spread it out, like how much work are you going to have to do?
Given how the outposts are that they've shown us, making it in Rastar, and what you see in Pyro, which are basically just the ones you'd be able to make in terms of little colonies. Doesn't seem like there's enough space in the ship for that.
Yeah, it looks like you'd have to reposition unless you put everything close together, kind of like the ones in Stanton, which is what it was initially concepted with. But
well, those pictures definitely are those exactly.
And I'm sure I think that we're going to be getting those. I think we're going to be having the option to build the ones like for the colonialism ones. I think that we're going to be getting the style that was shown in the concept art for the presentation. We're going to have like variety, like probably 4 or 5 different manufacturers of, or blueprint types to say, okay, I want to build this style, or this style of, habitation module, or, garage or fabrication module or whatever. I think we're going to have multiple aesthetics.
I'm thinking it said that the size would be 45 by 45 by 5 meters tall, correct?
Yeah, either 45 or 40. It's up here. An outpost will have the same footprint we have currently shown in the game, which is 48 by 48 by 5 meters. So,
yeah, that 5 meter height, it's 15 feet. I'm pretty certain that those mining extraction units that they showed at CitizenCon are taller than 15 feet, considering they were as tall, if not taller than the trees. So this probably isn't too accurate anymore.
Yeah, that part.
In regards to dimensions.
Yeah, the dimensions are going to change. I still don't think we're going to be able to build anything bigger than that in one sitting. Like, I think you'll have to, unless they dramatically reconcept everything where the Pioneer just becomes a drone carrier or some shit.
I imagine you probably have to they'll repurpose it so that the floor opens up and the printers print down while you're hovering.
Oh, I don't think
which
it's,
would be
there's no way you could be
more.
able to hover for a long period of time while you're doing that. I think you'll still
Well,
have
the
to
thing has
land,
big VTOL
build.
engines, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you
In
can't
the-
VTOL forever. It just means you can VTOL longer. Like you still that the with VTOL, you're still going to eventually overheat. You won't be able to VTOL forever unless you're on like a moon. The VTOL just makes it so it's possible to land.
Yeah, stilts.
hmm And so I think you're still limited to a size or an initial size of a structure. If you want to build a bigger structure, you'll have to reposition to build up that next section that's attached to it. Like if you were building say like a large hangar.
You mean
Or
like a
like
self-building crane
Yeah.
where it
And
picks itself up and then sets itself on top of itself?
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they build that up. But I do think that there's going to be limitations on how big of an individual structure you can build, because they say there's small, medium, large, extra large. And if an extra large structure is within the footprint of the gangway, in here, this alley corridor, whatever, of the Pioneer, I mean that's still a pretty big freaking building. That's meters, not feet. So it's basically 150 feet by 150 feet. Like, what's this? Hold on, calculator. 150 by 150. That's 22,500 square feet. That's a lot of effing space. Like that's a lot of room in there. That's I have a 2,200 square foot house, and this is 10 times that. And mine's 2-story. Like that's a lot of space that you have to work with, and that's just one structure. You can build it and reposition and attach to it and build multiple big structures. But I think we're probably going to have some sort of hard cap limitation on how big of an individual structure you can build in like one sitting with the Pioneer. Unless
Right,
it changes dramatically from concept, where it's the Pioneer is just a drone carrier and the drones come flying out and they swarm over everything and build. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Because all we have
Alternatively,
is
the height. You could have it sitting on the ground and print upwards.
Yeah. I mean, we'll be able to have multiple story structures. I don't see any reason why we couldn't. But seeing one image of a few drones doesn't make me think that they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater with the Pioneer and its design. Because otherwise, if it's all drones and it can build anything, and that this corridor space means nothing, then why build it like that? So unless the Pioneer is going to get just a massive reconcept, to do things differently, I don't know. They could. We'll just have to wait and see. But
yeah, like the shot with the drones has I believe the Atlas trailer in it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not convinced that I think that the drones are going to be okay, well, the drones can only do this much. You only have these many drones with the Atlas trailer. And so you can only build this size of structure with these drones. They're not capable of anything larger. And people are like, oh wow, they make a hard limit. It's a game. Games have rules.
Yeah.
That's how it works. They explicitly told you
it.
Small, medium, large, extra large. So manage expectations. Let's see, where were we? Okay, so we talked about moving in order to put a new module, and this one's up to you, Naz. Unless you want to read one, Shiny.
No, I'm good.
All right.
Which one we
He's
at?
just can the Pioneer build anti-air structures?
I'm just here to argue.
Oh, okay.
More points of view is more better, man.
Yeah, though I will actually have to be going in about half an hour. I work at 8 o'clock in the morning, so I have to be up.
That's okay.
Going...
We'll go that far, and then
go
I'll wrap
play
up
it,
the
dude.
rest.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. So can the Pioneer build anti-air structures that have weapons such as missiles to defend your bases? The Pioneer performs fully The Pioneer performs fully containered modular outpost construction on site. It creates modular structures, foundations, things like that. As Silence Corner points out, this is pretty revolutionary as far as ship capabilities go. The Pioneer isn't a weapons manufacturing plant, repair shop, or furniture store. However, external improvements like stack defenses are among the concepts we are deploying or developing for Outpost add-ons. Any external add-on structure will be bought as at a store rather like ship or personal equipment. I think it's like a ship or personal equipment, and then can be placed when you put down the outpost or added later.
Yeah, and this is another one of those ones where they've deviated from this.
Yes.
Where, the Pioneer was just for building the base, and if you wanted to, add turrets, you'd have to go buy them and bring them, to buy them and bring them over and plot them down there, but it wouldn't be able to build them. So Danger Hober is a strong indicator with past performance. Beam Citizen. Beam Citizen is a myth. I don't know how many times I have to cite Jared Huckabee in the multiple times that he has talked about it with the developers that beams are not the end game.
I'm gonna put your whole beam system as a myth on the same shelf I put they're gonna stop selling ships in the I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
They just added more beams with repair. So like,
oh yeah, no.
Show me the
hold on.
proof and I'll believe you.
Yeah, but that's the salvage and everything. But they have explicitly said that they want things to be more physicalized. We're not,
and they said modding and ships were going to be sold by players. So
yeah,
same shelf, same exact shelf.
If beams are a myth, explain cantilevers.
The physicalization of Star Citizen, that's a very recent statement that's been reiterated multiple times, and so that's why I'm like, yeah, that sure we're gonna have some beams for some things, but a lot of it was here's a beam so we can get this basic functionality in, and we'll work on the animations and everything like that later. But we have to get this basic functionality thing and test it. That's
literally just placeholders for number go up.
Yeah.
Or down.
And is the beam, are all beams going to go away? No. But are things going to become more physical? Abso-freaking-lutely. Are we going to see some UFO, hovering above the ground and then beam and magically outpost out of midair? No. It's especially out of the Pioneer or anything like that. It's they're not going to gamify it like that. While we see some drones that have the ability to use essentially like a salvage type tool to 3D print, yes, that's different. But it's not a magical laser beam. It's your 3D printing, using that stuff. And what we just saw in game with the fix it and fly it. Like that's still really early, and it's just they're like you said, they're using beam as a surrogate for number go up, but they have also mentioned in the same sentence how we're still going to have to physically replace fuses and relays, and subcomponents and all that. So
and anything that isn't that is literally just the animation that the other games do, where it's turning a wrench or hitting with a hammer.
Yeah. Or a shovel. Or a wrench.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, shovel ground, dirt pile appears.
Yeah.
We must never forget the Argo saucer.
Yeah. We're not going to have to hand by hand lay bricks or anything like that. It's not like the opposite extreme. But I wouldn't just, it's just going to be a beam. Oh, it's just going to be a beam. When CIG has expressly said that they want things to be more physicalized, and they're not going to use a beam for everything, and beams are a placeholder in a lot of instances. So
sure,
like medical
temporary
gameplay.
solutions last longest.
a bottle and you just pour it on the person.
Yeah.
Like Far Cry. And their bones
let's
just
see.
heal.
Larger structures.
Oh god. Can the Pioneer build in structures
Pioneer?
larger? That drives me nuts. Can the
Use
Pioneer
Grammarly,
build
guys. Just
structures larger than its internal space? The most obvious example of this is, right now is the landing pads. We have yet to decide exactly how we will allow the player to build the landing pads, but it will probably be in sections. Here we go. So if a player wants to build an outpost and use it only for storage, that is their choice, but it will not be bigger than the structure's footprint stated above. So the individual structures, you can build them in that size and then, connect them, and to make a larger overall structure, but each individual structure is going to have seemingly going to have a certain limit. Now the pad, okay, well, we're going to lay this section of concrete and then pick up and move and lay this section of concrete and so on and so forth. But it'll be interesting to see how they actually execute it. And this one is really going to be this next question, much more answered in the presentation. So,
all right. What happens to outposts built with the Pioneer when the player who created them is logged out of the game? Oh boy. Let's just say this direct and upfront for those of you who worry about these things. Yes, the outpost and their contents are persistent, so they can be attacked and looted. Offline security will have a lot to do with your neighborhood, just as you would depend on local authorities to varying degrees to protect your house, apartment, trailer, etc. in real life when you are not at home. Among other things, that means that while other actors in the game universe including local law enforcement, militia, UAE, or whoever else is tasked with general security in that region, will react to attackers on previously held outposts. It will depend on AI location and traversal time to outposts. Sometimes there will be a quick response, and other times it will be delayed, so the players are highly encouraged to protect their outpost investment by placing defenses and hiring personal security. The less hospitable in area in which you set up your outpost, the more responsibility you will have for your own safety. Yeah, basically, why are you giving me all the ones that they've thrown out? This is, at the very least, this is redefined in the CitizenCon panel that said that basically you don't have to worry about your base if it's in a UEE claim system. If it's on any frontier kind of system, then you have to worry. But assuming they're going to do half the stuff in here, being hiring security, or even a response time for fringe worlds, then it'd be great. Not pyro, obviously, but like more just kind of frontierish worlds. And then being able to obviously build turrets and things.
I think this is very in line with what they talked about recently, but they just added to it and said on in a UE system, you have your invulnerability. And then if you're in a frontier system where, it's medium security or whatever, and, you have claimed land that is within the zone of, like, a zone of influence or something for a gang or a militia, or some other authority, then if you put it on this moon that's in the outer system, it's going to take a while for them to get there. I don't think it'll be like 20 minutes or something, and your base is leveled. But I think because like really it's just think of it kind of like the cutlass dropping in reinforcements. The cutlass is just going to spawn out of view, and so they'll just put a timer on it and say, okay, here is the level 1 response, here's the level 2 response and such. But I mean, that's still, what you just read is still very much in line with what they talked about for medium security and even zero security systems, where you can build your defenses and you can hire, like NPCs or player security to defend your base, plus the people you pay taxes to. They just added the, full security invulnerability on top of that.
Getting territory in Terra will be a big ask. Expect lots of money to be wasted on just land taxes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very high taxes. I mean, it might be easier on other planets within the Terra system versus Terra itself, because there are 3 habitable planets in Terra? I know there's at least 2, maybe 3. But yeah,
any planet with a main
landing zone
is going to be expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And especially so they're the tier goes frontier moon, no land claim, and somewhere in the middle is a moon within the UE, and then there's the somewhere on a planet with a landing zone, and then there's core worlds like Earth, which you probably won't be able to build on, and Terra.
Mm-hmm.
As far as a tax spectrum would go.
Can the Pioneer use the refined material made by the Orion or any other ship? Yes, as long as what you are building uses that particular resource. And this is where it gets muddy, because they talk about they were earlier talking about how you need to have the pieces and then you assemble them in place. And now they're saying that you can use the resources to fabricate things. And so it was never really well thought out when the Pioneer was first released, and they made it more clear a little bit later on. Remember that there are different types of ores, metals, and other substances used in construction. So this is that whole, loop thing where you can have your mole and your expanse, mining materials and refining them in order to contribute to what you need in order to build your base and the galaxy loop. I mean, multiple galaxies, helping with mining and such, mining, refining, and
I would love to see a fleet of galaxies with each module. So you have your medical one, you have a couple mining ones. Well, no, they're not mining; they're refining. A couple of refineries. Mm-hmm. The RSI miner, basically an RSI based galaxy fleet.
And they how just cool would it be if the RSI large miner was built around coordinating with a galaxy with the refinery?
If
module.
They don't have a direct hookup, then they did it wrong. And they need to go back and think about the problems in their life. That it's such an obvious synergy that they can do, because they did a synergy with the Expanse and the bags for all the MISC ships.
Mm-hmm.
So you've already said and outlined exactly how your refinery works in your fleet. Make that synergistic with your miner, because that would make way more sense. And as a marketing strategy for RSI, it makes so much sense to have so much more throughput for your 2 ships. So if you buy one, you might as well buy the other instead of going somewhere else for your other ship. So if you have a galaxy and you need to get some mining done, well, pick up the mining module, get the or pick up the refinery and get that instead of going with the prospector or something else, or vice versa. Instead of getting the Expanse, you get the module because it'll have better output for you.
Mm-hmm. Nope, I agree. It'd be cool. We'll just have to wait and see. I think that I was just saying in chat, I think that one of the unannounced concepts, the bigger one, is probably the RSI miner, just because it is that time. We are in RSI mode. So fingers crossed. Will the... Oh, wait, no, that was my question. Oh, you got a short one. Look at this. Look at that little baby
Yay! Will the Pioneer have other functionalities, careers, options besides outpost manufacturing? No. Moving on. No. This will be updated to list as heavy construction to reflect the actual role of the Pioneer. It is purpose-built. It is unapologetic. It is only base builder. Like, there is... And they're going to have the identity crisis that they always have with these, because cargo is a utilitarian function. Even though it has a good amount of cargo, this is not a cargo ship. Don't use it as a cargo ship. You're doing it wrong. It'd be funny, but you're doing it wrong.
Before we continue,
Also,
I just want to...
yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to scroll through the concept art just because this ship is one of my... As far as the concept art goes, it's one of my favorite. And most of these images aren't readily seen because they're in that broken transmission page. Look at that engineering section. That is wild. But that
All the
bridge,
folded pipes.
that bridge is so cool. That is gorgeous. I can't wait to walk that bridge.
I love the floor
Look-
textures. The cover on the wires. I forget
Mhm.
what those are called.
Yeah. Oh, and it's going to have a great star map hologlobe there.
That captain's chair, though, look how connected he is. Like, he's got an overhead. He's got like 3 different panels in front of him.
I wish I had
He's
that
in
like-
many screens.
He's in the Scorpion gamer chair.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, you have flanking positions, and you have auxiliary flanking positions. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stations plus captain plus holomap.
Mhm.
That is so big. I get like chills, and it's seeing these concepts is just so gosh darn pretty looking.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot wait to even get a medium and large consolidated outland ship.
This one's a really cool image because you can see the engineering sections on the sides. But then here's those big old arms picking up the module after it's been fabricated and then moving it into place.
Yeah, so you see like the weird like furnace thing out the back.
Mm-hmm.
That's like doing something. And then there's on the other side, there's like these grinder things on both sides, manufacturing areas.
I wonder if these are just like, for like where you would be manufacturing like small modules that go into it, components and such or what have you.
And then you see the cargo bay over there to the left. And the thing that always gets me is how much walkable space is in this thing.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
big.
it's also lit like a work site. I love it. I love this like stadium lighting. So if you look up at the top of that image, and I just kind of noticed where the
This
light's
one?
coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the
These are
doors
from
open
those-
up,
Oop.
and then they're shining these like stadium lights down into the work area, which makes a lot of sense. You want high visibility highlights to be able to work safely.
Mm-hmm.
And everything in slightly not Argo orange.
Yeah. I love this, like, the recreation, eating area up here, and then you've got this other table, like lounge area down here with this window for looking out. It's just
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
super
I
cool.
never noticed that was a window.
Mhm.
Wait,
I don't know if it's
is it
looking
a
out
window?
onto like the construction process or if it's looking out towards the back of the ship. I just think that this whole lounge area is pretty cool.
The bottom area is a screen because that's the Pioneer image. I don't know what
Is
the
it a
top area
screen?
is.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's someone here on a couch, like watching TV or whatever.
Yeah. But I can only imagine, like, if this area was a real area, how many people, like, there would definitely be a sign in this room of days since somebody hit their head.
Yeah. Days since the
'Cause
last accident.
Yep. It's I love it though. I can't wait. And all the bags everywhere. It looks so cool.
Mm-hmm. Really cool bunk room. And then this image again. Let's see. Where did... Oh, yeah. Back down here. There we go. Can the Pioneer make the add-ons like solar panels, landing pads, generators, and the like, or do they have to be purchased separately? These would have to be purchased already fabricated and added to the outpost. See also our answer regarding static defenses above. And this is what has changed in that everything can fabricate these things, it seems.
But also, they should have not said landing pads, because above they also said build landing pads.
Mm-hmm.
So, they started off excessively muddy.
Mm-hmm.
And they've spent the last... When was this posted?
This is in 2017. This is right after the announcement.
November 2017. They spent 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23... last 7 years... 6 years... trying to strangle out an actual plan out of what they've said. And I think what a good rule of thumb when they try doing that is assume everything they've said so far. Assume they did the whole Disney Star Wars thing. Literally everything is non-canon anymore, and they will tell you when it's canon again. Because they throw out a lot of stuff just because they have to look back at it and basically just start from the ground up again.
I do hope that we still have the option to purchase things already fabricated and carry them in your, your C2 or...
Yeah, they've already said furniture is one of those things.
Yeah.
Furniture will be bought at a store. Luxury furniture stores was one of the original concept arts.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was talking about like your turret. Or a small, your solar power, your solar panels and stuff. Be able to buy those and I'm going to build the structure, but I'm going to buy these pre-made and have them shipped in. That sort of thing.
You could even have like two different teams. Like one team is the slow hauling team, hauling all the goods in as a supply run, while the forward team goes out and sets up the base. And even before then, you need the explorer team to go find a spot to sit down.
Mm-hmm.
So it will be a whole to-do to build a base.
Yep. All right. Next question.
That one's mine?
Yeah. Is it possible for the Pioneer to build outposts on blah, blah, blah?
Is it possible for the Pioneer to build outposts on rough terrain like slopes, or does the ground have to be flat? This is slightly changed, but the ground will need to be flat enough to land the ship safely. It doesn't need to be perfectly flat, but you will not be able to place an outpost on particularly rough terrain. So, landing flat. So this is, again, when they only knew the Pioneer. Now we have the Surveyor, the Atlas, and the Galaxy, which have a much smaller footprint. So, where you can and can't fit stuff is kind of up in the air right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your structure will still... You won't be able to build like a house on the side of a cliff,
right?
But you have to like flatten a portion of that cliff and then build your house.
Yeah, I hope that terrain moving is a whole step. Like it doesn't just pop and it's flat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like in Rastar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope it's like we're evening out the terrain, kind of like whatever lasers or whatever they want to do with it.
Laser shovels.
Laser shovels. I mean, heck, we have the mining
laser shovels
beams.
and laser hose and yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we have the tractor beam, but the mining extractor and mining beams. So it's just a reverse mining vacuum.
Yep.
So you just mine some dirt from somewhere and you unmine it from somewhere else.
Will the Pioneer be able to build tall buildings or stackable modules? There are no plans for double-decker outposts. That said, we're drawing up enough options for the modular outposts and various add-ons that we think you'll have a lot of fun with them, even without crazy module stacking. I hope that we are able to build stackables. Like, they haven't shown images of it. They haven't talked about it. They haven't walked back on this, but I would like to have, a multi-story outpost, not just like, oh, okay, here's your big old radar antenna thing that they showed that's 50 feet tall. No, I want like a multi-story building with your patio on the top, for hanging out on and enjoying the view.
Yeah. It I don't
Next.
think there was any concept art for anything like that.
Not for anything,
yeah, there's-
multi-story, yeah.
Yeah, but
Just
there is
the-
definitely like plenty of stuff that's taller than a single module.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Will the Pioneer be able to build tall buildings?
Yep, I got there. Yep.
Oh,
How
let's see,
much? How much time does it take to deploy an outpost? No
2
specific
hours.
time estimate. At the minimum, that's like a module.
It's a lot of when we figure it out, we'll tell you throughout this.
Well, I imagine it's gonna be like depends on what you're building.
Yeah.
If you're
Everything
playing
will
down
take
a floor, then
exactly-
it will take half an hour. No specific time estimates right now, but we do view it as a major time investment. You're setting up a persistent, maintainable installation that can be as big or bigger than most ships. This kind of contradicts that last one. The amount of time will scale with the size of the outpost. Now, most ships, when they get to a certain size, even the Constellation, I would almost call 2 stories because of how it the ground level is below the first level.
I think they're just talking about like your actual
Like I get
footprint.
what they're saying.
And if you build numerous modules and they're connected, or there's numerous modules around your, if you've got like 10, 12 buildings or something that is in your land claim area, you've got a lot of space. It's, definitely bigger than, it's you're looking at capital ship size in terms of internal space, not including the external stuff.
Yep.
So,
yeah, it will definitely your land area usage will be like capital size in a minute. Like it should be much easier and much cheaper to actually get enough buildings to fill a capital sized footprint. It should be cheaper than getting an actual capital sized class ship, because obviously you're not making it all of metal. There will be spaces between buildings. So there's just less stuff in the area.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also, new technology. So we'll have to see.
Will we be able to spawn ships at our outposts? And this is that hangar thing again. There are no plans for this right now. Ships available at an outpost must be brought there first. See also our answer regarding ship storage above.
This also leads into spawning ships and ships, which they have said this is not something you can do out in the black. This is something that when you're preparing to leave, like deploying that ship for the first time, at that time you can then deploy also a ship inside the hangar.
Mm-hmm.
So if you deliver a ship in game right now, at that point you'll be able to say, I also want this ship inside of it. If you deploy a ship, call the ship, leave and come back, you can then not deploy a ship into the hangar. It has to be when you're doing all the preparing and setting up your ship. That's the point.
Yep.
Other than that, you have to use the cargo elevators or outposts.
Yeah.
Or have someone fly it out so you can fly the next ship in.
And the last one is just a correction. There are no utility slots, so I don't think we need to dig into that. It was just a misprint, I guess. So it's there is no utility, there's no modularity in it. You're not swapping things out. It's solely outpost construction.
Yeah. And utility slots were a throwaway thing anyway back in the day, so we're good. I unfortunately will be heading up now. It is 1 o'clock. I still have stuff I need to get done before bed, and I gotta get up super early, so I'm sorry that I have to be leaving. But I trust Tree will educate all of you on the intricacies of base building through the years. So
I also have to drop.
Oh,
no! You guys have a good rest of your evening. I will keep us going. And we're going to learn some more about the Pioneer here and the land claims. We're going to watch a few minutes of this Around the Verse. Thanks again, gents. Appreciate you guys being a part of the show. And
It was a pleasure.
Looking forward to us actually getting a meaty roadmap update, progress tracker update, and getting to where we should be so we can get together again. And Naz, we will be in touch about when we're going to do monthly reports.
All right, will be.
Cheers.
I look forward to going back through all of the show notes.
Cool.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah, bye-bye, everybody.
Good night. All right. I'm going to let this play for a couple minutes, and I'm going to use the restroom real quick. But it's this first few minutes where they're talking about the ship that I think is interesting, and then we'll get into the rest of the show notes.
About a new and upcoming game mechanic that has taken the Star Citizen community by storm. I'm your host, Community Content Manager Jared Huckabee. At CitizenCon 2947, we revealed the Consolidated Outland Pioneer, the groundbreaking capital ship that introduced an entirely new game system to the Star Citizen universe, the ability to own and create surface outposts. To start us off for today, let's check in with some of the team working to bring this brand new capital ship to life.
The overarching kind of role of the Pioneer is it's there to create colonies essentially. It's like a big flying fortress / factory with that kind of overarching archetype, should we say. It presented quite a few challenges both on the art front and the design front.
The purpose of the ship is to give players an entirely new gameplay element and to create a very unique experience for the players in terms of where they're going to settle, how that's going to affect the job market within the game, how that's going to affect exploration in general, which is now a lot more exciting than, oh, let's just fly to a planet and see what's there. Now you actually could do something on those planets, which is amazing.
Take loads of inspiration from real life. You have to, as the old saying goes, like everything in life is a remix. So you really kind of start with real world reference because it gives you the most tangible approach to start from. So in the case of the Pioneer, it was we were looking for more the actual function of it, a lot of kind of car production lines and really kind of manufacturing processing lines, and really kind of getting under the skin of how they work. You know, where do the products to manufacture arrive? How are they processed? How does that manufacturing take place?
I need to make this big. Sorry, apologize. I didn't make it big, but the scale and detail of this white box is pretty impressive. Just have to say that. Like, this is in 2017. This is before they had done a big update to the ship pipeline, and they went pretty far with this white box. Obviously, they had to go pretty far because they were going to make that commercial and use it in there. But they did more to concept this and the actual functionality, how it would work, than they did for other ships at the time. Because you see these big old arms, and they gave things the appropriate size in order for it to actually function.
And then at the end result, you've got this essentially an outpost that's kind of ready to rock. So yeah, it's quite interesting and challenging, to be honest.
The key features is, of course, basically the whole outpost part of it. We didn't design the ship to be a ship per se. We designed it to be a floating factory in space. So everything in and around the ship is just geared towards production and building outposts and claiming your settlement.
My personal favourite thing about the Pioneer was essentially it created two subset of challenges. Number one, we've got this big floating factory. We didn't really want to make a pretty ship per se. It needed to feel kind of quite aggressive, weighty and heavy. So hence you got this kind of slab construction to it.
It's
which
awfully
I think
pretty to me.
really cool. But the most interesting thing for me was really kind of how it transforms when it basically lands on the planet.
When we decided to do this thing, nobody really knew what the best way of making it work was, because there's a lot of limitations you're walking up against. Like, if we are going to make this floating factory, the footprint of it is going to be massive, which means that the landing spots need to be massive. So we decided to have the ship fold out, because that'll be, at least when it lands, it'll be massive, but when you're maneuvering it, it won't be as massive. Figuring out how the entire ship is going to fold out, and then how all the robot arms are going to disappear into the bodywork, how the production line slides in and folds around the magic box to conserve space, where all the materials go. It was a really unique and massive challenge, daunting sometimes, but definitely fun.
We've got the technical challenges under the hood of like moving vis areas and moving interiors in the ship, which is incredibly challenging. So when we were designing the layout of that, we had to kind of keep all that to a minimum. So even though the whole ship moves, really what's going on under the hood, there's a lot of kind of, should we say, magic tricks to make it look far more alive than it needs to be, if that makes sense. So then when you've landed, you're in this kind of, it is a risky situation that you're in. Like this, number one, you're in a really kind of, should we say, a ship that's probably going to be worth an awful lot to people. You're going to be tanked up on minerals. You're going to be tanked up on everything you need to create what you're doing. And then also, of course, you've got the outposts that you put down, which need then to become another high risk, high reward factor in gameplay. So when myself and Dan were kind of like chatting about it, we were just saying, like, I kind of said, you know, it needs to feel fortified. It needs to be designed in a fashion that you can kind of defend what you're doing, not just from, should we say, airfire. Hence, you've got the upward facing turrets when you're down on the ground, but also from ambushes on foot. So if you study the layout of the ship when it's on the ground, it kind of feels a little bit like a prison yard. You've got these kind of outlook posts with visibility over the whole ship. The captain's bridge and where the architect is can overlook.
What if you're building a prison? Yeah.
Look that whole process, and they still have 100% visibility over the landscape that they're planting on, right? So that was an incredibly challenging but really fun thing to work on, and it kind of, once you get those first ideas in, the rest kind of grows itself, right? So that's really kind of a sign of, I personally think it's a sign of really good game development. It's all very well sitting in a room and coming up with all these ideas and saying it's going to be X, Y, and Z. What generally happens in the most successful titles that you see is that they'll have an idea.
Structural steel.
Something will come through, maybe unexpected, which is the case of the Pioneer, and you just build on those positives. And that was the case with the Pioneer. We had an idea, and it grew and grew and grew to what we have now that went out into the sale. And it's a really cool, and it's something that we've never done before. It's something I don't think anybody's done before. It's really a command and conquer flying factory, but in FPS, which is crazy, but it's awesome.
The creation of the outpost is actually quite simple. When we got to it, we basically decided that since this ship is going to land and give the player such a unique experience, we wanted to feel as kind of like a home base, like a command and conquer style base that lands where you plot down, and it has to be laborious. You can't just like land for a second and then just fly off and do your thing again. No, this is an intense process. It costs a lot of money, a lot of resources, and we geared everything towards that. So this ship is not super fast, it's not super agile, and it just does one thing, and that's production. So when it lands, as you guys have probably seen, it folds open, and the two manufacturing sites basically get exposed. It takes resources from the resource base all the way through those two manufacturing lines, kind of like how things get crafted in a car plant. And then it puts them in kind of a magic oven, because we obviously showing our...
Ravel, this video is from November 2017. So this is a month after CitizenCon 2017, where the Pioneer was first released. And I'll put the link in chat for you.
Outposts get made is not really efficient in terms of how the engine runs, etc., etc. So we feed the parts into kind of an oven or a construction module that then takes all those parts. So say on the right side of the plant, very clearly you can see a moving line where raw materials get crafted into a door, and that door moves then through a line of production robots that give it color, weld extra little details, extra little bolts on it, attachment points, holes, and then once that door is semi-complete, it moves into the oven. And then
I'm going to pause this really quick just because I want to... The animation they put into it was really cool. That they did these animations as part of the concepting the white box for it.
Holes, and then once that door is semi-complete, it moves into the oven, and then in the oven, magic takes place, and out comes this outpost, and that then gets placed by.
So here you can see, like, this is kind of reminiscent for me of the way they talked about refining in The Expanse, in that you won't be able to see inside the refinery module, see the process, see the things being refined. It goes into the refinery module, and it stuff magically, ethereally goes in, and then it comes out and it's in a container and such. This is the same thing, in that you would be you'd have to put the materials and add them to this fabricator in order to build what you laid out on the bridge via the planner using the raster type tool. You'd have to have the right materials and the right amounts, and then it would take a period of time for it to build the module that you wanted based off of what you put in to raster. And then once you're done, it would pick it up and put it out here. And so that's the big challenge, is the question of whether this process has changed. Because obviously they talked about how now the Pioneer is a mobile factory. It's a mobile fabricator. It can build, and it's kind of muddy where it says, because people are like, oh, it can build anything. And I'm like, I don't know. I think it's still for building outposts, and you'll use the fabricator to build a use the Pioneer to build a fabricator as part of your outpost to build things, like, ships and, furniture and such. I don't know if you're going to be doing that in this part. I don't think this replaces that. I think this is still going to be for building outposts, but that's just me, just the way I feel about it. There's nothing concrete from it, because the presentation we got at CitizenCon was still very open-ended, but I think the animation is really cool, showing how that would work out at scale.
Autonomous arms in a spot that you designate, basically.
I'm really happy with the way it's turned out. I think I'm really excited to see it in the game. Basically, it's going to have quite a presence when it comes down, not just from a visual perspective, but also all the VFX that are going to kick off, and obviously the sound. When you're doing this procedure, you need to be lit up like a Christmas tree, literally like seen from outer orbit, and then, okay, right, something's going on down there. So it's going to be interesting to see how the community use it.
Now, no surface outpost is complete without some place for it to call home. And that's where the UEE land claim licenses come into play. Thanks to the enormous scale of our planets and moons, there are amazing opportunities for players to stake their claim in the Star Citizen universe. In a very special feature for ShipShape, let's check in with no less than Dave Haddock, Aaron Roberts, and Chris Roberts himself to learn more.
Okay, so, and I hate to do this, but the rest of this is them just sort of clarifying the land claim process and talking about those things, but in the way that CR goes about answering questions in a not succinct manner. And it doesn't seem like the process for claiming land has changed all that much, but instead of having to take that land claim back to a fixed location, you'll have to pick up your sort of land claim pod thing and then take it to the location. But it'll be interesting to see how that works in terms of, like, okay, you're out in the middle of nowhere and you plant the thing and you tell it you want it to be this big, and does it just automatically deduct X amount of UEC from your account if you're within comm relay range? And if you're not, you're out in the middle of nowhere and it's unclaimed land, it's not claimed by pirates or a militia or anything like that, then do you just go about your day and you don't have to pay anything, and it just sets that claim up, or do you even have to do the claim at that point? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. So we don't need to play the rest of this, but the link is to the video is in chat if you wanted to go back and watch this. I think the interesting part is here where they mentioned what the impetus for all this was, and this basically was never planned or anything like that before they were able to develop landable planets. This was never a feature they were planning on having, because your planets were either going to be not landable, or they're going to be like, landing zones that you had a cutscene to go down and land at, and it was just a sort of a fixed interior. This was never an idea until about 2015 into 2016, when they're like, oh yeah, we can make landable planets. We've developed procedural planets. We can do this. And then they're like, oh, well, we should make base building a thing. And a year and some change later, here we are. They had the Pioneer concepted, and they've, done this rough concept of what the process would be like, and they sold the ship. And now we're finally 6 years later circling back to it, and we're going to find out why. So, the reason that we're just now circling back to this is in this question. So here we have the Star Citizen Birthday AMA recap from 2020. So this is in 2020. Obviously, we're deep into COVID at this time. Actually, when this came out, I had literally just gotten back from Afghanistan. But there's two important questions related to base building in here that I wanted to go over. So one of them is, can you elaborate on the current thinking on how base building is supposed to work? Chris Roberts, we have some pretty exciting plans on the base building player settlement front. One of the fallouts of iCache, RIP, which we've been working on for full persistence of state and location of all dynamic objects in the universe of Star Citizen, is that recording and restoring a building you've just constructed is really no different to remembering where you dropped your coffee cup on some distant planet, or which shelf you placed it on in your hab. Basically, iCache will enable us to allow all of you to settle the stars. And at this point, Rival just donated $5 to StackUp.org. Thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate your support. Thanks for coming in and hanging out this evening. I hope you're finding this helpful and informative. Really appreciate you going the extra mile, especially since in 4 days it will be the Marine Corps birthday, and in 5 days it'll be Veterans Day. But so basically, when this came out, they were well into development on iCache, and they hadn't reached that point in like mid 2021 where iCache, they got to the point with iCache where they realized it wasn't going to meet their needs. And so they were probably already working on some of this stuff that we saw at CitizenCon last month at this point, because they thought that iCache was going to do what they needed it to do, what persistence is allowing for. And that's where this ties in. That's why we're just now seeing this, is because now PES is in and it's working, and they know they can move forward with this. So it says, basically, iCache will enable us to allow you to settle the stars. Allow all of you to settle the stars. When we first came up with the concept of player-built outposts and land claims, iCache hadn't been technically designed. But now we have a system that will have a much higher degree of fidelity in remembering where each building or component is and what state it is in. So rather than just dropping down a singular outpost, you'll be able to place down various structures and connect them to things like power generators, turrets, resource collectors, hydroponic domes, and so on. And this is also about a year after the first mentions of the resource network system when it was first starting concepting. And this is about the same time that we first saw that demo of the Hammerhead with the resource management system, the prototype that they were working on. So this is the first mention of how base building will not only be base building, but how base building will also be part of the resource management system. So connect them to things like power generators, turrets, resource collectors, hydroponic domes, and so on. In parallel with this, we've been working on tools to build settlements or homestead, both for our artists, designers, more of a RTS godlike view, and players a first-person view. And so this is where they are talking about Rastar, which we first saw at CitizenCon in 2019, right? Or was it 2021? Yeah, 2021. Sorry. So this is a year before. They were already working on Rastar at this point. We hadn't seen it yet, but this is about a year before we first saw Rastar, if I remember correctly. So they were talking about these tools, but we hadn't seen them. With this, so they've been planning around all of this for a while during the development of iCache and leading up to it. And then iCache failed, and so it got put on hold. And now PES is working, and here we are. With this, we've been rethinking how the Pioneer will work to make her more flexible rather than just spitting out prefabricated outposts. We want her to be more of a mobile fabrication facility that would be near your building site. With a Pioneer, you'll be able to build these structures without having to ship in the component parts as long as you have a supply of raw materials. And you'll have to have the appropriate raw materials because, again, the Pioneer is going to be working within resource management. And in order to provide the output that you're looking for, which is the outpost, you'll have to have the appropriate resources along with power and such in order to make it work. You don't need a Pioneer to build a homestead, but if you want to build a decent settlement, or you want to build something relatively quickly as opposed to having to fly in prefabricated components from a major landing zone, you will want to have a Pioneer or have a friend or someone that is willing to lend their services to you. So it sounds like that's still going to be an option where you can fly in prefabricated outpost components, little segments of buildings and put them in and connect them. But if you want to fabricate them on site, the Pioneer is going to be able to build the biggest things and build them more quickly. We are very excited about the gameplay that all of this will provide and can't wait to see what kind of player settlements sprout up over the huge amount of land area the game has. We will need iCache in and working, again, RIP, well before we will see this in game, so expect to see some updates on this later next year. That didn't happen because later next year is when we found out that iCache didn't meet their needs. Let's see. So where's the other question? The other one is related to AI. Where was it? Here we go. So how do you envision NPC crew gameplay? Todd Pappy, same Todd Pappy that just told us about base building. So, first steps are building out the player functionality to those roles, captain, engineer, etc., similar to pilots and turret gunners. We currently have some of those A functions, like flying the ship, but we would still need to build the glue for AI, like what they do off-duty. The captain, owner of the ship, will need a way to set what roles he wants the NPCs to do. The captain will also need a way to interface with the AI to tell them what they want them to do, like fly to a set location or attack a certain target. We are still planning to allow players to take remote control of NPCs, and I don't know if that ended up changing. Pardon me. Not relevant to the conversation, though, but so the first steps are building out the player functionality, and what's important to this is they're building out the player functionality for resource management, being able to interact with all the usables in order to do things on your ship. But it's not resource management, like we've talked about before, is not just for your ship. It's everything. It's space stations, it's landing zones, it's outposts and settlements, it's your ships, the whole shebang. And so they're working on the functionality for players to do all the resource management things. And once players are able to do it, then those same animations, those same behaviors and everything will be able to be used by NPCs. And we're going to learn more about that here in a second. And NPCs already have a lot of these functionalities based off of development for Squadron 42. We just haven't seen it, but we'll see them talk about it here in a second. And this is really important because if you're wanting to build a big base, and especially if you're wanting it to be a base that is for production, what they talk about later on in the CitizenCon presentation, the most recent one, is that things won't just happen autonomously. This isn't Factorio where you can just drop down the thing and it will just work. There will be gameplay associated with it in order to allow the mining laser to mine. It isn't going to be set it and forget it. Now, you won't be able to set it and forget it as a player, But if you have NPC crew working for you, they can be directed to do those things in your absence. That's why I joke around that Star Citizen is a colony sim, because you're going to be able to build your colony and then manage your colonists to do things for you in your absence in order to keep your base up and running and producing resources. Now, those AI are going to require food and lodging, and they're going to expect to be paid. So that's the offset to it. But that's how your base will function when you're not there, or that's how you augment your own abilities as a player, is by having NPC crew in lieu of in lieu or in addition to other players. So this video is from May 28th, 2021, Star Citizen Live game dev building NPC behaviors. And so I think that so we're going to listen to this quote. The quote is the important part, and then we'll look at a behavior real quick. Let's see, it's at 17:18. And this is again related to the AI. And so the quote is going to come from, what's his name? Ranakuchi, I forget his first name, but he's the one that demonstrated all the AI behaviors that we just saw in combat at CitizenCon, as well as talked about the trait system. And when he talked about the trait system, he talked about combat traits, but he also said these are just the combat traits. We also have non-combat traits and non-combat skills. And those are what's going to be important when it comes to picking the NPCs that you want to be your crew, whether they are crew on your ship or crew working on your outpost, because you're going to want to have crew that are capable of doing the job that you need them to do, whether it's defending your outpost, whether it's operating the mining machinery or the refinery machinery, or doing the maintenance on the power generation and other resource management stuff to keep your outpost up and running and so it doesn't fall into shambles. Those are behaviors and traits and skills that the NPCs need to have, and a lot of that stuff is already being worked on for Squadron.
Break for different reasons. Then you as a player can go there and replace it. If the AI does, it has the same exact effect as what the player would do. So for example, if you hire this guy and you want him to be your engineer on board of your ship, you can then give him command and say, like, maintain all the wall panels in my ship. Or, I see in my, map that this wall panel is broken. Can you repair exactly this one? And this is how we are building these behaviors, that they are sort of API of interface where you can control them. In essence, it's like designer writing a mission are kind of doing the same as a player would do when they, give commands to an NPC. So right now, what I prepared, just to speed up a little bit, of course.
So that's what he's talking about. They've created an API, and kind of like how Rastar is a tool that they use to build outposts, they have an API that allows them to make these behaviors and provide these commands and stuff. And eventually they'll be able to make a tool that's player facing that allows you to give direction to your AI crew to work on your outpost and say, okay, well, based off your skills, I want you to do this, this, and this job based off of what comes up and what's a priority, just like in a colony sim. And then I want you to do this, this, and this job. And if you're there and you notice that something's wrong, you can give them a direct command, just like in a colony sim. I want you to do this right now. Don't stop what you're doing. Go do this. Let's see. It's farther up. Let's see. Was it 1841? Actually, we'll just listen to the whole
thing. I prepared some pre-configuring in case we don't have some time. But the idea is like I have some default object. Let's say, art creates for us some objects that we can use as a reference. In our case, we have 3 objects. That is the wall panel, the actual sub-component, like that it will be the fuse, and the relay. So I will show you all of those right now.
And also, just for anybody else that's watching, that relay could be any kind of ship component. It could be a quantum drive. It could be a shield generator. The idea is that, the wall panel is supposed to house any of those type of components, and it could be in any environment. The engineer is more of a infrastructure maintenance person versus a mechanic that is.
That's why this is so important for base building and and managing your base afterwards. Is if you're not there the entire time, or if you're, other people in your org aren't there, you're going to want NPCs to help manage it and do these things, just like you want people, NPCs or other players, to help you manage your ship. And the way they've built this is so that way they can, regardless of what the component is, if it's an interactable, then the NPC can interact with it and do the behavior and the function that is necessary to either repair it or do the essentially the script, in order to, all right, you're going to do the script, and then the mining laser is going to mine for an additional 10 minutes and create an output, and then you have to redo it again.
It's more like small ship maintenance.
So this one basically, yeah, absolutely. And this is like one of the example we used today, and the relay, for example, right now is gonna be done something like this. Sorry, entities. Just prepare something we show, so at least I can find them very quickly. We have something like this, and as you see, it's a little box, where with some movable parts, and inside you can find some 3 component attached. How we do this one, probably Art already can deliver us like something with a default loadouts, where we can, in our, for example, in this case, this is the wall panel. We have 2. Let me put the wall panel as well. At least people can have like a visual reference to that. Basically, the wall panel template. You see, you have like 2 relays attached to a panel. And then inside each relay, you have 3 subcomponents. And what we want, of course, is we don't want to hard code any information like about repairing a specific wall panel type with 2 relay and then 3 specific fuses. We want this to come from the setup of the object. And this is what we will build today. So what we'll create right now is, those are not usable yet. Those are just piece of art. We want to make sure these objects become usable, basically. So the first thing we will start with is,
and we don't need to watch the whole thing, but basically he's going to make it so that way the NPC will be able to walk over and take the broken thing out and put a new one in. And that's how they are able to build these behaviors. And that's what's going to be used in, resource management. And resource management is key to running your base. The base doesn't just exist, after you put it down there. It has to be maintained, and it has to continue to have resources to function. So this is the clip. I'm going to play a very quick timestamp from CitizenCon 2951, Crafting Worlds, Planetary Tools and Tech. And this is where we first heard that Rastar was going to be what players are going to be using, a player-facing version of it to build bases.
Well, today it's being used by our developers. One day, when it's ready and been thoroughly tested internally, we'll make a version available to you, the player. And Rasta is what will make you a pioneer. Thank you for watching. We are very excited about the tech we've shown you today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon.
All right, and the next clip is just a little bit more from that same guy.
The whole purpose of Rasta is to make the thing easier for the devs to place location at the surface of a planet. And in the end, it will be used as the system for player to build their bases. We have Rasta because the previous system based on prefab was...
Let's see, so where was that? And then here at 7, it's right here, 7. This next little quote is what's important because it relates back to the question of, will we be building space stations, where they said no originally with the Pioneer, but they didn't rule out building on asteroids. They said, yeah, it might be possible, That's something we were looking into.
Backers should be caring about Rasta and all these improvements, because that's the way we will be able to give you, the players, the most dense area we can imagine to keep in line and have all the planets, all the moons filled with POI and things to do on the surface, and maybe later in orbit of these planets and moons. CitizenCon.
Maybe later in orbit of these planets and moons. Now, a lot of people took that as meaning space stations, but your asteroids are in orbit as well. Your asteroid fields, your asteroid belts. And so that's the interesting thing, is they've never specifically said space stations. Even in the most recent CitizenCon bit, they didn't say space stations. They just said we're looking at options in space. Oh, yeah, I just already had that clip. And then when the Galaxy was, let's see, this was last year? Yeah, last year, I believe. When the Galaxy was released, everybody was all excited about, the 3 modules, but a lot of people missed that others, manufacturing, and other modules coming at a later date. We don't know what those other modules are, but we do know that they planned on making a manufacturing module, which they reconfirmed here in the CitizenCon presentation, Destination Adventure. And so we're not going to, you know what? Let's just watch the whole thing. It's only 10 minutes. I'll pause a little bit here and there, so it won't take us all that long, but we'll watch the whole presentation with Todd.
Come on, I can't hear you. All right, there we go.
Just because it's so dang cool.
So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
Damn it, my bad. So this image, when we're watching this preview, is really interesting to me, because when we first saw the Pioneer and its concept of base building, we were seeing the outposts, the old ones, the old style that we have in Stanton. And then when we got word of Rastar being the tool that we're going to use to build outposts, or not build, but like sort of lay them out, like that would be the tool that we would use in conjunction with the Pioneer. Then everybody assumed that, okay, we're going to be building colonialism outposts. And then we see this whole presentation, and this construction style is much more reminiscent of what we have in Stanton right now, the old outposts. Now, they're not all, some of them are sort of squared, but they're very modular. They're built sort of up on platforms. A lot of them are, and we'll see more images here in a second. But it's much more reminiscent of that original style to me. And so that begs the question of, what sort, what sort of visual styles, what sort of style guides can we imagine for Outposts? What sort of options are we going to have? I think we'll probably get multiples over time, but I think initially we're probably going to get something like this. I also think that they are going to take the old Outposts and they're going to give them the Rastar treatment like they did with the old UGFs and be able to, they'll re-put them down on the planets with Rastar in order to make them function better and make it so they don't have to be replaced each time there's a change in planetary geometry. Let's keep watching. It's like a hab module of some sort. There's a garage. Some sort of underground mining laser platform. Again, it's built up on like piers. But I like that they're showing that the piers are dynamic in height, so it would scale appropriately and connect with the ground. Vertical hydroponics, super cool looking. Look at all that space weed. They're tomatoes, I swear. And I like that the structures, like you've got rounded ones, you've got more squared off ones, there's more art styles versus what we have in Stanton right now, which is lots of squares and rectangles. There's a defensive turret mounted right on top of it. Very cool. Looks like you could put another one right there. Give me the guns. And I like how this is shown with a whole A landed next to it, as if like this is your smaller scale outpost. To me, that's it can't confirm anything. They don't specify, but that was the vibe that I got. That small group of people, a whole A bringing in materials by the load, and these are the sort of structures that you're building. But we'll see.
All right, so base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got...
I love this image. More of what we just saw, like the same modules, but you can see the connecting sort of like hallways between them, and you can see how sprawling this structure really gets. But this is really cool. Like, okay, sweet, my site, my land claim butts up against a lake or an ocean or something like that, and you can build out onto the beach. Like, that's what I want. That just looks amazing. But then, things are separated. They don't have to be connected. But depending on, like, this might be a habitable planet. And so it's worthwhile. And okay to have them not connected. But maybe you're on a moon. You can land a loaded hull A. You can't land a hull C. And last they said they were planning on making it so a loaded hull B can land on a planet too. That was the last we heard. But I do like that I can imagine a planet with a not human friendly atmosphere, you could just have everything connected, and you can just go in one airlock and then walk around between the modules, and take off your suit and wear normal clothes. It's very Interstellar.
The on-site where you're actually
or not Interstellar, Martian to me.
Going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trade?
See, you had your C2 or whatever bring in the Atlas with the big old trailer thing, but then maybe you're just, after that's, somebody dropped that off for you, and maybe after that, you're just bringing in loads of goods with your whole Ace. Who knows? But I like how that's incorporated into it.
Trading post where you want to create and sell items. Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area, or is it to be off grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that,
resource gatherer and then move on to the next area. I think that's pretty important too, because you may want to, just set up an outpost, and gather the resources and ship them off, but you might not want to have any permanent habitation there. And then once the resources are depleted, because that is going to be a thing, it's something that they reiterated in that 2017 video where we skipped that talk with CR. If you want, I'd say go back and listen to it, because there is more information in there related to this. It just gets kind of long. Yeah, so MCV, that's my question, Blizzrad, is this trailer made by someone else and it's being pulled by an Anvil Atlas truck? I think that would be a cool partnership, kind of like, you have your RSI constellation and it has a Kruger, Merlin or Archimedes, or your Anvil Carrack and it has an RSI Ursa rover in it. A partnership where you're towing it with an Anvil, Atlas platform truck, but this is a Argo manufactured trailer vehicle. I don't know. It's just super cool. But yeah, they talk about how you might just want to be here temporarily, and then you disassemble the structures and you pick them up and you move them to the next spot and you reassemble them there.
Next area, or is it to be off grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes, everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials, ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them.
It's really interesting that the example was a pistol grip. Like, are we going to be... Is it going to be that fine grain where you have to manufacture the pistol grip and then you have to manufacture the receiver and the barrel and the buttstock, in order to make a rifle? I don't know. It all depends on if John Deere wins right to repair in 2023. Yeah.
Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well.
So they say planetary shield tech and security, but the base is invulnerable. And so that's why this is a little bit muddy. Because it's like, well, if my base is invulnerable, why do I need people coming to defend it? And that's where I have questions. If your base is will people still be able to, they won't be able to destroy your base. Maybe the structures are invulnerable because of the shields, but can someone still infiltrate and steal your stuff? Because that's what I'm, functionally invulnerable, in that an A2 can't come in and bomb it, but can someone come in and steal your stuff? You lock the doors, but someone can hack them, or whatever. But why do I need someone to come and protect it? So let's rewind just a touch and re-listen to that.
Location. With this, then you've got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse.
Yeah, Ravel, that's the thing, is that it's not very specific, and so it does leave some questions about, you know, how that works, why you need security responding if your base is invulnerable. And the other thing is, like, they'll show you shields here later on, and they say planetary shield tech. Now, is planetary shield tech referring to just any shield that is deployed on the planet? You know, and because you are building your base here, that a shield will automatically be installed for you. That's part of your taxes that you pay for. Or, you know, are we not going to see it, and like it's an actual planetary shield? You know, I don't think that's as much possible. But if it's just a little shield, bubble shield around your base, you know, and your base is invulnerable, you know, is it structurally invulnerable, but then the security will come and protect it if it's, you know, somebody tries to infiltrate it, you know, or because they did talk about with that presentation with CR, that if somebody attacks your base and you are in secure space like this, that they would get a crime stat. They would be, you know, they would become criminals for doing so. And that, you know, depending on, you know, how far away you are from where security would be responding from, would make it so that way the response time was structured based off of that. So it'll be interesting to see how they all make it work out, but it's kind of confusing. It's a bit nebulous. Yeah, there will be cheaters. You know, the people will find exploits and stuff, but I think those are going to be very slim edge cases. And I think the biggest thing that people are going to be more worried about is, you know, somebody hitting their base with an A2. But, you know, I think it's still reasonable to expect people to defend your base, you know, and have some security, so that way people don't come in and, you know, steal the armor out of your armor closet in your hab on your high security base.
But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time.
And this is something that they talked about back in 2017 with CR and Chris Roberts, Aaron Roberts, and Dave Haddock. That was their original concept, is that, you know, if you're attacked, NPCs, you know, security would show up, and, you know, it would escalate. You know, you'd have more and more reinforcements depending on how strong the attack was, and, you know, what happened to those NPCs. My question is, you know, if you're not in UE space and, you know, the land is owned by a corporation or a non-UE entity or a gang or something like that, you know, will they own the entire moon, or will they own like sections of the moon? If you go to put your land claim down, you know, will you say, oh, okay, if I put it here, you know, then it's, you know, I'm under this jurisdiction. But if I go, you know, 100 kilometers to the west on that same moon, will it no longer be in that jurisdiction? You know, you know, that's a question that I have about that. And the other thing is, like, does the response time thing still hold true? You know, is the response time going to be, you know, 2 or 5 minutes, depending on if they're coming from a station that's in orbit or a station, you know, that's, you know, farther away? Like, how do they structure that? You know, based off where the planet or moon is. That's something that I'm curious about, because, you know, you might want, if you're close to where they're going to be responding from and you have a shorter response time, you might not want to invest a ton of resources into base defenses. You only need just enough to hold off what's most likely to find you, hold them off for a few minutes until reinforcements arrive.
Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well, and then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now there's some...
So he says players can disable the shields by getting close to them. And so that's the other thing I'm curious about is like how powerful are these shields? Are we basically talking like capital class shields powered by power plants that don't have to power thrusters and weapons and everything or as much stuff? And so they have a lot more power going to the shields, and you are going to need to be on foot to go in and disable, those shields or destroy them via like explosive charges or, causing some sort of disruption in it or, removing, disabling the power plant that provides power to the shield. How tough are these shields? Like, it'd be pretty cool if they're really tough shields, or if you can buy different size, build different sizes of shields to give you the protection that you want. But they don't specify, and he does say outright, you need to be close in order to disable the shields versus, destroy it, by dropping bombs and torpedoes. So
cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here,
and that's a good point. Is the cross-shard implications are something that they will worry about at a later date, and it's now's not the time to worry about that because they're just getting started with construction and we don't even have server meshing yet. But that's why they are getting this started, is because they're confident in server meshing, they're confident in PES, and whereas before they're waiting on iCache to work, and before they would get to work on this, well, iCache failed. Now PES works, it's functioning, it's doing what they needed to, and now they can start doing like so many other things that we've been seeing over the last year and some change. They are releasing features that they have been waiting to build because of waiting on persistence, and starting work on others.
You've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer,
very rough white box. I don't even think that they're going to be selling these yet. Maybe they've concepted them. Maybe these are the unannounced concepts that we saw. I don't know. I feel like it's a little bit premature to be selling these as concepts when they haven't even started production of the feature. And yeah, we could make the argument of like, oh, they've done it in the past. It's like, well, this is different. This is we're now in the present, and they're getting ready to start developing these things. And we know that they're probably going to have to do a lot of reconcepting to the Pioneer in order to make it work with what they want to do now that they're finally working on the feature. And we know, how much rework is needed for the Reclaimer in order to get it to, do all the salvaging stuff. And there's a lot of edge cases that they're running into, and it's going to need a lot of changes in the future. And so I feel like it makes a little bit more sense to get into production of base building before you actually start making the tools of the trade. But that's just me.
Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on.
more expanded features that they're adding to it later on. So that's a key thing. Is it super vague? Yes, it's absolutely super vague. But they had specifically said in the Q&A that we went over earlier that it was just for base building. And now they're saying that it's going to be getting more features. What are those features? Are they related to base building or are they related to something else? We don't know. But the fact that he said that they are, more features getting added to it later on, and they'll be talking about it later on. It's still a mobile base, but they're going to be adding more features to it. So whatever it is, it's something that Pioneer owners weren't expecting and didn't have before, and so it's a win for them.
So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet.
We're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet. He just says in space. He does not say space stations. He doesn't specify asteroid facilities. They've talked about Rastar as being a tool for, building planetary locations, and that's what it's used for, and it hasn't been used to demonstrated to do anything else. So maybe they will be refactoring or adding in additional functionality to Rastar to be able to do things, build in, they talked about Rastar being able to use to build stuff in orbit. Maybe that's what they're talking about here with the Pioneer. But again, they don't say space stations, and they specifically said, planetary bases with the Pioneer way back when. So there's a lot of stuff that's still up in the air. We have a lot of unanswered questions. Calling the galaxy close to soloable, I think, is a giant misnomer. This is soloable. This is not soloable. You're using your galaxy to then build a base and do everything that goes with it, I think, is a grave underestimation of how much work all this is going to be and how deep resource management is of a system. And so Cyber Parsoman, you can be a solo player, and you can, crew your galaxy with NPCs, but you're not going to do it by yourself. You're going to struggle. It's not going to work out. You're going to fall behind. But that's what NPC crew is for. And that's why they've been building out these behaviors, building out the AI traits, building out the functionality for them, so that way they'll be able to function with you. And it's just, they're going to cost you money, and they're going to cost you resources that, your player characters might not cost you. Oh, we got ads. Sorry. Just managing expectations, Blizzrad, managing expectations 100% of the time, and providing context, because I don't want people to come back and be like, you said, I'm like, nope. Citations, source up or shut up. Yeah. Sorry about the ads. I know that they're a pain in the butt, but, if you don't like ads, you can always subscribe and help stackup.org. And that's a really big thing with all this is they don't specify what small, medium, large, or extra large buildings are. They don't differentiate at all. They don't give us any concept of what that is. They just say that there are going to be hard limits. And I think that's very important for managing expectations in terms of how big the structures you are going to be, the individual structures. Now, your outposts can be sprawling, but I still think that each individual structure is going to be limited in size, and you'll just have to build more small structures to have a bigger base. Or the mining laser extractor thing that you saw earlier, maybe that's a medium or maybe it's a large, we don't know. Maybe the one that you are able to build with your galaxy is a lot bigger and more productive than the one you build with your surveyor. Maybe that's how they differentiate it. But it's also going to be bigger in size, but also more productive. Your little house that you build with your surveyor is just going to be a little house for one person. And you might be able to build some little ancillary buildings around it, but you won't be able to build a big house, your little tiny home. And so that's, I think, the differentiating of like, how many people do you want to live at that base? Are you going to build a whole bunch of little tiny homes and it's going to take you longer, or are you going to build, several bigger structures with the Pioneer and you'll be able to do it faster? Because that's the other thing that they mentioned, is that the Pioneer will be able to fabricate faster than the other ships.
So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim,
so it sounds like you launch the drone, and the drone is going to be like your eye in the sky that gives you that top-down view to use the Rastar tool. And within that tool, you'll be able to say how big of a claim you want. It'll give you a scan to show you the resources that are there, and hopefully it'll give you the information of like, okay, if I stretch it out this far, how much are my taxes going to be, versus if I stretch it out this far. Danger Hobo, I am totally, I don't play solo all that often. I much prefer to play with others. I far more enjoy it. If you want to see, how much fun group play is, go watch my VOD that I did earlier this afternoon where we did a relic expedition. It was just a blast. We had a great time. But you're definitely going to be able to have NPCs crewing your base just like they can crew your ship, doing the same functionality. They're already working on the functionality for NPCs to do resource management tasks, have been doing it for a couple of years. And so they'll be able to do the same things at your base that you'll be able to do, that other players will be able to. When that's coming, I don't know, but the fact that they're already working on it, I think, is encouraging. Yeah, 100% of streamers are liars, all of them, myself included. I'm totally full of shit at all times.
Modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a
so it does show you the cost and taxes associated with it. The other thing that's interesting about this is when I talked to the UI team at the VIP event post CitizenCon, Zane BN did tell me that they were already concepting and working on what it will look like for us to scan resources on a planet for this aspect. So that way, when you're doing this, and it shows you the resources that are within that land claim, how to represent that on the star map that they built. And so that way you can not only see it, on the area map that you're looking at, and your Rastar version, which will use a similar tech, but you zoom out and you go to the star map and zoom in, you still be able to see it and it'll be represented.
In a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then
so within this, you're going to be building your own resource network system for your base, and you'll be able to plan it all out digitally before you even start construction. And it'll give you, it's basically you're creating a recipe for the base that you want to build, and planning it all out with everything connected. And okay, I need to get all these things, and who knows how long it'll take you to get all those things. And maybe you might want to look at it and be like, oh gosh, it's going to cost that much resources, and it's going to cost these rare resources that can be really hard to find. I'm going to scale it back. But I think that's super cool.
The player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator.
So you can build a fabricator. And that's the thing that another question that I have is, it doesn't come with any furnishings. It doesn't come with any of the interior stuff, the things that, because it's not just decoration, but there's going to be functional items in these buildings. I don't know if we're going to be able to fabricate them within your Galaxy or within your Pioneer, because they say you're going to want to build a fabricator. Well, why would I build a fabricator if I can just fabricate them from my Pioneer? I think that the Pioneer is, and your Galaxy and such are for fabricating the buildings, and then for the decorations to the usable items and everything like that, you're going to need to build a fabricator, whether it's a structure or a usable within a structure, a fabricator for making weapons or furniture versus a giant building size structure for fabricating ships. I think that's going to be how it's going to work, but that's a question that I have. Is fabrication via your ship the same as fabrication from a fabricator that you would build?
So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
And there's the big question. What ships are we going to be able to build? How much are those blueprints going to cost? How do they fit it into the lore that all of a sudden we're going to be able to build, ships, just like giant mega corporations that, have millions of employees and, trillions of dollars of revenue? Like, riddle me this, CIG.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the Surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed.
So nothing is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. And so I think that still means that like player engagement in terms of directing your NPC crew is still going to be needed. Because the NPC crew will be able to do that player interaction that you're talking about, but you'll still have to direct them to do it and give them the resources to do that, pay them to do it. But I like that, not only is it just a mining laser, but we're talking about drills and pumps, so for other, for liquid type resources, whether it's water or who knows what else, gases, you could have subterranean gases. And a water extractor. You're going to need water for your hydroponics bays and your space farm. And water is going to be a valuable resource. But I like that there's going to be multiple different types of extractors.
So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient.
That's really
Power
cool.
generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power.
I think it's one of my favorite things is the wide variety of power generators, because these will having this much variety gives you a lot of decision making, cost benefit for where you place your base. If you go down there and you scan and you find that there's geothermal activity, over here, it might be worthwhile to place your base here and take advantage of that. So you're not having to. You're basically getting very cheap power. Obviously you still have to maintain your geothermal generator, but if you're just using geothermal power, you're not having to pay for fuel or whatever reactant. It's everything. But yeah, Danger Hobo, what are you getting at in chat? Make your point.
And then batteries to store excess power.
Wind.
Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. Then you've got
I wonder what other producers they're going to have. Because we have your hydroponics bays and gosh, I'm brain farting on what these are called. Oh gosh, greenhouses. Greenhouses are there. I really want to see lab facilities. I want to be able to make my own space drugs. To support my my medical gameplay and going and doing rescue missions and such, or whatever other usables you end up having for medical gameplay. And of course, the fabricators could make any number of things. I was just being consecutively negative. Okay, I don't know what you were talking about. So,
producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators.
Oh yeah. So anti-air, anti-personnel, I imagine we'll have larger turrets that'll be, for, anti-armor and such. Real looking forward to seeing what kind of types of weapons we get, versus, missile turrets, ballistic versus, energy weapons. And then how do all these things scale? Like what sizes are we really going to be able to have? Or is it just mostly, up to size 4? Are you going to have like size 7 anti-capital turrets to protect you from, your A2s coming in, and, size 5 and size 7 torpedo launchers and size 2 missile launchers? Are we going to be able to have multiple shield generators to, stack them? How does it all work? This is really vague. It's just super cool. It's lots of hype. It's just one of those things where it's like, all right, you're starting production, but you've given us a lot of wide open information without anything really concrete. It's still very vague. It still feels very 2016, 2017 CitizenCon, except for the PS is in and we're starting production on it. All right, well, we're going to need a lot more information. And yeah, we're going to get it, but it's kind of, waiting for that information is kind of hard.
And then the big one. We start development Q1. So, that's me. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to see you.
Alrighty. So, get out of here, Norton. So that was it for base building, what we know and what we don't. So a lot of information here. Everything that I just showed you, all of these links are going to be in the show notes when they get uploaded, when the episode gets uploaded to YouTube, both in the individual, both in the whole podcast, but also the edited, not edited, but it's like, cut down into just the Spectrum Pulse part this last 2 hours. And so you can check these things out for yourself, reference back to them. I do encourage you to go back and watch the rest of this video, this Around the Verse, and listen to what Chris and Aaron have to say. They go on, let's see, from about the 10-minute mark all the way out to the 30-minute mark. So they talk for about 20 minutes about a whole bunch of different things. It's good information, but it's more just hearing about where they're coming from and what their ideas are. But it does help influence what we can think about where they're going with it. And a lot of it is very relevant to what we just saw from Todd Pappy. So yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate all of you guys hanging out in chat and talking with me and learning about this stuff and going through this information. I hope you found it informative and interesting, and that I hope you guys will join me and Nazeris again